Good evening. It's Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, 6:30 p.m. This is the City of Franklin Common Council meeting. We'll call to order. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Here.
Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Day.
Here.
Alderman Salus.
Here.
Alderman Craig.
Here. Excellent. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, our next item up is going to be citizen comment period, but I'm also letting everybody here know that I believe you hear most of it for items 17 and 18. We'll be moving those up to the front. So that'll be moved up to the front after the proclamation and after the approval of the minutes and before the hearing. So we'll be doing that right away so we can address that. So before I open up citizen comment period, I always read the City of Franklin meeting rules of decorum for attendees and participants. For those attending City of Franklin meetings, number 1, respectful and orderly conduct is expected at all times. Number 2, disruptive or unruly behavior, including but not limited to clapping, verbal disruptions, signs, and outbursts will not be tolerated. For those wishing to speak during City of Franklin meetings, number 1, approach the microphone when the chair opens the floor for citizen comments. Number 2, state your name and address for the record. 3, address your comments to the Common Council, Board, Commission, Committee only. Number 4, limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, she is going to be capturing the time tonight. Number 5, no endorsements or electioneering are allowed. Number 6, speakers shall refrain from presenting unduly repetitious, offensive, threatening, slanderous, defamatory, or obscene remarks. Number 7, persons wishing to speak as a spokesperson on behalf of a neighborhood, subdivision, homeowners, condominium, or business association or similar group with common interests shall demonstrate their qualifications to do so according to City of Franklin Resolution Number 2007-6227 before speaking on that body's behalf. Number 8, questions may be answered immediately by the chair or referred to city staff for a future reply in a timely manner. Those not adhering to these rules of decorum for attendees and participants will be asked to leave or be removed from the meeting if necessary. This is laminated, and this is also at the podium up front there. Second thing is under our Chapter 19, City of Franklin Council Proceedings, Chapter 19-2, Order of Business, under Citizen Comment Period. Under 2, during the Citizen Comment Period, no person shall speak for longer than 3 minutes at each council meeting unless the City Council shall direct otherwise to an individual. City Council direction may take the form of a unanimous consent. With that being said, anybody wishing to speak at this time, come to the podium. If you're looking to speak after that person, please line up behind, and we'll open it at this time.
Orville Steamer, 3020 West Acre Avenue, Franklin, 49-year resident of Franklin. I'm here to speak about items number 19 and 20 on the agenda dealing with public records. Most of you don't know me, but I do more open records requests than anybody in the state of Wisconsin. That includes most major media outlets combined. So I know the open records law very, very well. A little bit of history lesson here. It goes back about 7 or 8 years. Then Mayor Mayor Olson was trying to bring water in from the city of Milwaukee. And that would have included bringing low-income housing and bus lines from the city of Milwaukee. Okay? So I got a tip from this, and I started doing some open records requests and found out that that was actually a fact, and got the story to the media, and it killed the whole thing. So Mayor Olson was quite angry with me about that. Okay. So short time after that, I get some complaints. Again, I've been living in Franklin for 49 years. I get complaints, and I heat my house largely with wood, okay? I get wood stacked up on the side of my house. I got complaints about wood stacked up on my house. So what do? I'm an open records expert. I want to know who made the complaint. So I made complaints, I made an open records request, they wouldn't give it to me. Mr. Weslowski would not give it to me. Mayor Olson would not give it to me. So I thought, well, maybe it's a couple of people I know. Nope, they wouldn't give me those names either. My only choice then was to file a lawsuit. I hired the open records expert, only attorney that's all he does in the state of Wisconsin is open records, open meetings laws. He's filed a lawsuit on my behalf. Took about almost a year and a half, but I finally got the records, and I call it the $50,000 piece of paper. Here it is right here. It's got the name, the address of the main guy who made the complaint. Now you would think maybe it's a neighbor, maybe it's a guy down the block, maybe somebody in the neighborhood. Not at all. Maybe somebody else in Franklin. Nope, not at all. Mr. Andy Miller, who lives in the city of Greendale. Now, what are the odds of Mr. Miller just driving by my house and seeing a pile of wood stacked up on the side of the house? Then, you know, that doesn't look right to me. Even though I don't live in the city of Franklin, I'm going to make a complaint about that firewood pile, okay? Pretty slim. I would say slim to none, and slim's on a train going out of town. So that cost the city of Franklin just short of $50,000 for that one little piece of paper. Now, I would suggest that these records that are in question here tonight, you force Mr. City Attorney to release those records because they are public records, not his records. Thank you.
Basil Ryan, 5250 West South County Line Road. I'm going to ask the people in the audience for the topics 17 and 18. If you don't mind, if you don't say anything, I appreciate it. We just want to get it going. There's an old saying, you know, when we were young, we had to be home before the street lights went on. Well, as you get older, the same rule applies. So as long as we're going to move that up on the agenda, we can skip through the citizen comment. Thank you.
Almost, Dana.
Had to make go way further. Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. First of all, I want to express my appreciation for the detailed documents included in items 19 and 20 regarding the Wisconsin Public Records Laws, which highlight the need for public access to records and transparency in government operations. According to the University of Wisconsin-Madison Law Department, local governments are obligated to keep the public informed. The law explicitly states that if the public policy of Wisconsin is to provide the greatest possible information regarding affairs of government, and as outlined in Wisconsin Statutes 19, the statute presumes complete public access, stating that the denial of public access generally is contrary to public interest and only in exceptional cases can be denied. However, the City of Franklin has not complied with this public transparency requirement for over a decade. Based on my research, agenda item 20 tonight appears to relate to a specific code of conduct complaint from 2022. The only remaining elected official involved in reviewing that complaint is John Nelson. He's the only elected official remaining with firsthand knowledge of the matter, so I'm looking forward to the input from the present mayor regarding that situation. It is important to consider that the city currently has neither an ethics board nor a standing code of conduct policy, meaning there is no formal process for revisiting this 2022 complaint. This gap in oversight underscores a troubling imbalance of power in Franklin. Citizens are not only denied information, but they also have virtually no recourse when city conduct is called into question. Moreover, state law indicates that the city clerk and the city administrator are the custodians of public records, which has not been followed by the city. Decisions related to releasing public documents related to evaluating public interest should be made transparently by the Common Council. From attending numerous meetings, I'm aware of at least 2 recent cases where open records related to complaints or situations related to city employees were released directly by the city attorney without Common Council input or approval. This bypasses necessary checks and balances and undermines public trust. My closing statement includes that in addition to the lack of transparency at city public record access, there's ongoing concerns about the excessive use of closed-door sessions at the city. Tonight's agenda again ends with a closed-door session regarding the public nuisance property, the Rock Sports Complex, related to noise. Only this time, it's regarding the city's invoice for over $700,000. I'll say that again, $700,000 shortfall due since January 2025 from the Rock Sports Complex. There has been no meaningful disclosure about how this financial issue is being addressed or what implications are for the city's budget. The public deserves to know what steps are being taken to resolve this significant financial burden of $700,000. In summary, I urge the City of Franklin to adhere more closely to Wisconsin's public records law and involve the Common Council in any determinations related to withholding of public records. Transparency, accountability, and public engagement are the foundational aspects of democratic government, and the city should take meaningful steps to uphold these principles. Thank you. And here's a copy of the invoice.
No, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak at this time? See nobody coming forward. Close citizen comment period. I'll be now reading a proclamation. Who's guiding this? Chief, are you coming up with this? Chief Mayor? He's coming. Okay. So yes, so everybody that's, bring them up, bring them in. Good here? Yes, sir. Okay, so this is a proclamation to designate May 18th to the 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services EMS Week in the City of Franklin. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services fills healthcare gaps by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to community paramedic services. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, educators, administrators, nurses, physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating the Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, I, John Nelson, Mayor of the City of Franklin, proclaim May 18th to the 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services EMS Week in the City of Franklin, and encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities in honor of the EMS profession and the essential service it provides. Dated the 20th of May, 2025.
This is my awesome crew from Station 111 that's on duty tonight. Assistant Chief Shannon Antoine, who heads up our EMS program. And we really thank the community, the council, and the city administration for your support in providing the best EMS care available to
You guys weren't here because of all the seniors?
Okay, moving forward, item C, approval of minutes, regular common council meeting of May 6th, 2025. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion, Alderman Pecorelli.
On G3, it has Alderman Hassan moving to adopt and then seconding. I don't think he did both.
Madam Clerk's checking it out.
Okay, I will go back and look at my notes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on other than that? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carrying. So what we're going to do now, instead of going to D as in David, we're going to move up to G17. So we're going to handle G17, then G18, then we'll resume back to D1, the hearings. We've quite the large crowd and we respect your time. So, bless you.
Thank you.
I will start by laying out a little bit of this, and there will be some input from a few others up here, that we at the city needed reports. We at the city thought we didn't get them. We have them. Mr. Ryan had them. So we messed up, and I'm going to read a formal apology to Mr. Ryan for his efforts. Dear Mr. Ryan, the City of Franklin wishes to extend our sincere apology for the recent miscommunication regarding the senior travel program. We recognize and appreciate the time, dedication, and passion you and your fellow volunteers have contributed to enriching the lives of our senior residents. We regret any concern the situation may have caused and remain grateful for your continued leadership of this critical program. And that's respectfully by myself, Kelly Hirsch, our Director of Administration, Danielle Brown, our Director of Finance. So that's how we will start this. And it is heartfelt. The work he does and this program that's run is grown by leaps and bounds. It really has. And you've got a lot of great things going on in our city, and the seniors absolutely deserve to have the best. And we're doing everything we can to make sure that is ensured moving forward. So that's a big point to this too, is that we will make sure and ensure, and we're going to discuss it tonight at the council level, moving into G18. So this was an informational item only. Acknowledge the city's appreciation to Franklin Senior Travel Program and read into the record a formal letter and apology addressed to Mr. Basil Ryan. That's the action requested. Is there a motion on that?
I'll make the motion to place on file.
First and second to receive and place on file. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G18, discussion and possible action on the Senior Citizen Travel Program. Madam Director of Administration, you've got the floor.
At our previous meeting, the the Senior Citizen Travel Program Coordinator, Mr. Basil Ryan, had requested an additional $10,000 for 2025. And per Robert's Rules of Orders, we had to bring that back at a future meeting, and today is that future meeting that was identified. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay, so at this point, Madam Director of Finance, would you like to give some input on this? And Mr. Ryan, if you know, when you're up here, just use that mic over there.
Yes, so I went back and went through the budget to determine some potential recommendations and options that the council could choose from regarding a increase to the Senior Citizen Travel Program budget. There was a typo in the budget that we became aware of. The total budget for the Senior Citizen Travel Program was $12,000 for 2025. There was a request put in for $20,000. However, to balance the budget, it remained at $12,000 as given in the past. So if you had your budget book in front of you, you would see that under the department description, it still said $20,000 in there. It was never officially updated to provide the actual adopted budget information. So just to be clear, the 2025 budget is $12,000 for the Senior Citizen Travel Program. That being said, again, I gave a few possible options. Otherwise, other options from the council are ready to be heard. We do have roughly $43,000 in contingency available, but I did provide the suggestion that there will be some future HVAC repair items that are coming up with a $13,000 invoice sitting on my desk at the moment. And there is no more funding for that specific budget item. So there will be a future amendment coming forward
for the use of contingency to help finish fixing the HVAC system. However, there will be roughly $30,000 left over after that for potential use for additional funding for the travel program. And then some other options did include reducing the funding to the St. Martin's Fair and Civic Celebrations, reducing operational funding from any department and reallocating it to the senior travel program, reducing funding to the capital improvement program, but with that would obviously reduce the funding for a specific project that we've already had budgeted in the 2025 budget, so we would have to reevaluate the capital improvement program. Provide zero additional funding is an option. The city does allocate $75,000 for severance payments in the 2025 budget. However, the city sees no expectations of eliminating any positions in 2025, so there is that funding available. And then again, any other option you guys would like to discuss. So I just wanted to put that out there so that you guys had some recommendation options available to you.
Thank you for that. I'll start first and I'll bring up the back end as far as when we talked about the reducing taxpayer funding to the St. Martin's Fair and the civic celebrations, the focus in what each department head, police, fire, and DPW have been asked is to do a general reduction, and the majority of that would be in the services for staffing that show up and they work these events and they're on overtime, and that's a huge cost. So that's where this mindset's starting to where there hopefully will be some cost savings in those. So that's how I want to start that as far as why that's on there. Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. I have one question for the finance director and then one question for Mr. Ryan. One other potential option, and I don't know if this is feasible because I don't know all the contingencies around the money that comes in, but thinking about how this program enriches the city of Franklin and is drawing attention to the city of Franklin, it seems like this is something that perhaps could be piggybacked to some of the funding associated with the Tourism Commission and Engage Franklin, the hotel tax, that kind of thing. So is there any way that we could use any of the hotel tax money coming in to help offset some of these extra costs?
So the tourism fund is solely by state statute run by the Tourism Commission. They are the leading, authorizers of releasing those funds. So that would more be a question for them. However, in order to use those funds, statutes do require it be a head and bed type of expense, meaning it has to promote, it would have to generate overnight stays.
Sure.
So
Since this is leaving the city, it would not, and it's for city residents, would not generate. Okay. Thank
correct.
you. And then for Mr. Ryan, I'm not sure if you know the answer, and this might fall back to the Director of Finance. The $12,000 for this year, when was the last time that this program had like a bump in its base? I know that you had more money for a few years because of the COVID rolling over, but when was the last time it had a bump, and was it stagnant for a long time? Because I know with last year or the year before when we were talking about St. Martin's Fair and Civic Celebration, they were static at an amount for a while, and we gave them a bump because of, it had been so long since they got additional funding and everything's getting more expensive. So the history of the funding level.
The program started out in the early 2000s at $10,000.
Okay, so
It wasn't until 2016 that I finally got additional 2,000, so that made it to 12.
So like 10 years.
We sat stagnant, as you pointed out, for the COVID incident, so that money just sat there. Then we ended up I had to write a letter to Common Council asking them to roll the money back into the program, and that's when we got it back. Recently, to answer your question, is with the senior, because it's under your financial report, you'll show 2 years ago, they bumped the senior program, Franklin Seniors. They gave them $2,000. They were 10, they made them 12. But they didn't give the travel program anything then either. So when they restarted up the Senior Inc. program, it had 10. The city bumped it to 12. So
Okay.
that was the only bump in the Franklin's senior programs at all. So within the last 25 years, $4,000.
And as you mentioned last time, these costs from the city for the travel program predominantly are for the transportation, for the busing costs. And I would assume that busing costs year over year have gone up for, maintenance, for the bus company itself, gas, all of those things. Those are going up and you're staying stagnant.
But yes, for example, we went on a trip the beginning of the year, and we had 140-some people on that trip. That was 3 buses. That bus alone, that bill is $35.51.19 on there. Things they put on there is a fuel charge, 2%. The sales tax went up in Milwaukee County also on that. So things like that is what's causing it. Now, we're going to be going on another trip next week. We've already got almost 150 people signed up for that. So these are decisions, as I wrote back in my letters earlier, is that you have to, as a common council, make the decision what you want to do for the community. I just find it interesting that, of a community that has a, $2,900, budget that we take in for revenue, granted, it goes out, but, the senior program comes to 0.001 that we give back to the seniors. It's not saying a whole lot, what we give back. And again, remember, we have no buildings, no brick and mortar for them. When the program started, it was a way to pay back the seniors. It was a partnership we set up. The city paid for transportation. The seniors paid for their cost of going on the trips, the meals and that. We don't have, like a program where it's the same old people coming, over. It fluctuates. It depends on the quality, what shows. Younger seniors like to go other places. Other seniors, as you can see, have disabilities where they can't go on ones with travel. So we try to mix it up, but we still have a good number of people that like to get out, meet people, and talk. And that's what the program's been successful on and has been growing. The pace of the city hasn't kept up. The seniors have kept up with their paying the additional, meals that they have, their entertainment costs, things like that they have, but the city has just let it stagnant. And with this 12,000 only, as I pointed out last time, we can't go anywhere. We're going to end up now with 2 trips, roughly $7,000 spent just on 2 trips.
Yeah, and prior to, and then just one last question, historically, prior to COVID, when you had the extra money, how many, and granted, costs were lower than, how many trips were you averaging then?
In the earlier part of the program, it was only 1 bus and they limited it.
Okay.
We don't limit it because what happened was it was, and I apologize for that, but it was like a who's who type of thing. Every trip we go on, I can tell you, and you can ask anyone in the room, we average about 10 to 15 new people a trip.
That's great.
So we have a turnover. So we have a large number of people that have gone on a trip. So, and it's, hopefully it's designed that way that we don't get the same people, because then it would be a club. But we get constant turnover of new people that go on it, and they all enjoy themselves. So it's a program you set. I don't take credit for anything. We get a lot of compliments where we go, and it's the city, because it's a partnership. That's what we have right at the top. It's a partnership between the city of Franklin and the seniors, and all of you should be proud of that. Not me, all of you.
Yeah, I mean, the room full of people is a testament to the popularity of the program. So, thank you for building that and continuing it through all of this, and with COVID, especially in the hardships. And then just my last question, just so we can make some decisions here about funding structure. The finance director mentioned that the proposal this year was 20,000, but was kept at your normal 12,000. Is that the if the extra $8,000, is that going to help, or do you think you need? I think last year there was $22,000. Like, what? In a perfect world, what is the number that you think is?
Let me read this paragraph. It was in the statement, but it'll answer your question and kind of give you a base. Based on the success and the growth of the program, using the 2023 as a benchmark, Franklin Senior Travelers spent $21,841 on bus transportation for 9 trips in 2023. With the current budget of $12,000 per year and a carryover of $7,590, we will experience a deficit in 2024 of at least $2,251 or more. this figure does not take into consideration, and then I go. So I can work with the number. When I was asked last time when I was here, I asked for, a number, and I think the mayor threw out 10. 10 gets us to 22. And that's right in that ball range of it. We can cut down trips towards the end of the year based on, what we have to work with. But the success, and that's why the updates keep you abreast of what's going on in the population of the program and that. So that's decisions you make. But that's what we're looking at to move forward and to keep that pace for the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all of that. Good.
So before we go to Alderman Craig, then Alderman Pecorelli, last meeting, I did ask you what would it take in a perfect world? And then I was reminded because of Robert's Rules of Order, we couldn't discuss that because that was not on the agenda. However, 2 weeks, May 6th or whatever it was, I believe it was a $10,000 ask. Do you stand today by saying if there's $10,000 allocated? Because I don't want to see you cut any trips. If you're looking at more trips as the year goes on, I'd rather just say, look, ask for whatever it takes to make sure that these trips continue, they're funded, and there's no reduction in these trips. If you're bringing 150 people to one of these trips, and you've got, are you looking at how many for the rest of the year if you don't cut any? Do you know that number offhand?
What I would say is that, as we talked last meeting, if I can be placed on the agenda for finance, take the 10, that gives me a budget of 22. And then I can update finance and the common council on that. And then it would be an item that would come back before you instead of items that just appear where someone's recommending, $20,000, and that because I went back through the recommended budgets and I see, there's always a number in there for that. But part of, as I set up when this program was designed by me, that's why I set up the 2 intervals in between. 6 months the Common Council could see in, and at the end of the year. Why the 6 is that it got a feel before finance set in. And then at the end of the year, then, to see. So I think working like with anybody else within a budget, I can do that. But if the program continues to grow, that's a decision by the Common Council.
Well, to go back to my original question, how many trips do you have this plan this year?
To be honest, we have a lot of tentative. We haven't finalized. Normally
Okay.
this time of the year, we would have put out flyers, posted in City Hall and all of that. But with the uncertainty of the budget, and the one item that scared me on the agenda tonight, but I think you and I talked about it, was, I'm a businessman, so I can't take gambles. Provide 0 additional funding to the senior travel program with a possible 2026 budget increase recommendation. So I need to know, I haven't made commitments, because when I make the commitments, we have to put a down payment down.
Okay.
I haven't been able to do all of that because that wouldn't be a financially smart decision on my part to commit without any money. So I need the guidance and the leadership from the Common Council.
Okay, so then last meeting, when I asked and you responded with 10, because we're going to try to get some sort of number. I absolutely like coming and putting you on an agenda for the Finance Committee, which the director right there can shake her head yes, and that's not a problem. We're just looking tonight to make some decisions so we can lock this down, secure it, and move forward. So if that $10,000 mark is what you believe is going to secure that, then let's address that tonight, right now.
I think the 10 would, because it deals with what I put in my letter. We're averaging between 21 and 22 right now. So
Right.
I can live within that, and I can stand behind what I recommended. I'm not going to shoot for some ridiculous price.
Right.
And then say at the end of the year, oh, no, I got this extra money. No, I'd rather live within there, but I'd like the opportunity in the fall to go before, finance and tell them what we justify, because then I can come in and say, bus costs are going to go up this and so forth. We can all look at what the inflation rate has gone on and that. So that would be the intelligent way of doing it. So I will stand behind my
10.
Recommendation in my letter.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield Alderman Craig, then Alderman Pecorelli, and then Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. Have a handful of questions, much like Alderwoman Day. First, for our Director of Finance. Coming out of these different funds, can we transfer from those, or are any of those statutorily where once they're in certain buckets, that they can't be moved out of those buckets?
No, the only funds that would really have restrictions are probably the proprietary funds, your water and sewer funds, but all of these you can.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not, going to get snake bit on something that, trying to take care of the program here. Mr. Ryan, I have a handful of things for you as in, off of what you've said and some of the things of, when you talk about the growth and you say roughly you see about 10 new faces per trip, is that correct?
10 to 15, yes.
10 to 15? Is that something where, are we going to see a larger divide as far as what your budget is and what actual costs are because of the popularity of this? And where, maybe you need to, at some point, look at, say, like the December trip and say, man, I think I need to get another bus on top of what we already have, because some people that are new faces come in, say, this is really fun, had a great time. Yeah, I want to come back again. Yeah, I want to come back again and again and again and again. And if you're also attracting 10 to 15 per trip, is that going to exponentially grow that need for you in the program?
It does, but I'll point out one thing. We don't go on trips. I don't like to do a December trip. We'll do it like the first week, only because with seniors, I don't want to take the chance of one of them slipping in the parking lot.
Sure.
So a lot of times on a trip, we had one time where I actually had to plow the area where the bus came and make sure that, that the seniors didn't. So we usually do not take trips in December, January, and February because of the weather. Because obviously you can see with the seniors, I just don't want that on my conscience. I don't think it would be good for the travel program at all. So remember, the cost that you have, the seniors pick up the other elements. You only have one element. It's transportation. So transportation is the only cost that the city has to worry about. Everything else is on the shoulders of the seniors. So if the fuel goes up, if the driver's wages go up, that's all on there. I try to hold that down. We do get a good deal. I've gone out and from time to time, I will check the dollar amounts that we're being charged, and I'll have companies say, we can't touch that. We use Badger, and Badger is real good to us. A lot of times, too, is if we need a bus, earlier, they'll give us something at the last minute if our numbers increase, So that's the only element that the city has to deal with is transportation. So anything you can tie in, like with your car, think of it, that way. Whenever costs go up, the value, so the buses obviously go up in cost, the driver's wages, all of that. Everything else is absorbed by the seniors.
Okay. And you kind of touched on the fact that you have this really sounds like a very positive relationship with Badger. Is that something, as when you mention about how you have that kind of shut down the program in the winter, where you're starting to forecast for the next year? Or is that something where as the trips come, as you plot those trips, is it more a la carte and then you work with them? Or is it I'm looking at the third week in July, the fourth week in October, I really want to go the second week of June. How do you forecast, I think is.
Program, it's interesting, yes. Programs are actually based on, for example, now Marriott. Marriott has a show that's coming up right from New York. So all the actors that are right now acting, and performing in New York will be at the Marriott. And they'll call me and tell me that, hey, this show has. So a lot of the shows that we go to at the Marriott and the Fireside, those are actually professional groups that come in, put on the play and that, and then move on to another city in that. Some of the other places that we've gone to in the past, the smaller ends, that was local talent, but those aren't available anymore. So right now we're taking on shows that, shows that have been on Broadway, and that's what people enjoy. Seniors are able to see something like that.
Okay. And then lastly, when we talk about, I think Alderwoman Day kind of asked this a little bit, and I just want to kind of get a gauge as well. If you're sitting in my seat, living in District 6, would that be the $20,000 total? Is that operationally healthy, or is that just getting by? Because when you know, you mentioned about how everything is tentative right now and nothing has been kind of secured as far as dollar amounts and things of that. Are we gonna, I don't want you to be having to say, you know what, the show from New York's gonna be in town, really want to go there. You know what, maybe I'm gonna have to clip something later on, but we really need to go to this because this is gonna be a great time. I don't want you to be having to like rob Peter to pay Paul in that regard.
Yeah. So I can add one question as it came back. We get the postings at the end of the year for the next season. So the Marriott, the Fireside, they're looking at putting a schedule together, and they give us a time frame that'll say this show is this period, this show is that period. And what we look at is taking between the two. We'd like to get back to where we can schedule some other activity. We had one where we went up to Lambeau Field, and recently it brought, you know, sad to me, one of the seniors, she went to Lambeau, and she lived in one of the homes but passed away. And she said that was like the best trip she ever went on, and keeps talking about it because we took a tour of Lambeau Field. We had a World Series ring that they were all got to put on and show that it was theirs and that. So it was a nice tour that they had. So we do try to sneak those in too when we can with the trips. So getting back to there. Getting now back to your second question. At the end of the year, I usually then have a conversation with Badger, and Badger will tell me what their anticipated costs will be. And obviously nobody can control fuel. And other than that, they'll tell me what to anticipate, so I know how to put my budget forward. So that I can do, and they're real professional in giving me that information and working, and they're pretty good with the numbers that they give. So if something would come up, sometimes, you know, they've eaten the cost, which I like, you know, that way. So.
Thank you.
Alderman Pecorelli, then Alderwoman Eichman.
Hi, I just, first I'd say that I am very supportive of the 10,000 and the 10,000 to the program. We don't need to rehash a lot of the other things everybody's asked, so they've asked a lot of other questions that I had. If I look at funding sources, to me, the severance payments seems like the lowest risk place to take from at this point, especially considering we've had some HVAC issues that we've had already addressed. Sorry, I have a secondary mic here because apparently my primary mic doesn't work, and it's not
It's not in the budget.
It's not in the budget, right?
It is
So, so going back to, yes, I am supportive of the $10,000 ad, and in summary, and the second part of that was that it seems like pulling from the severance program is the least risk because we've had a lot of HVAC issues. Pretty much summarizes what I just said. I'll yield.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. Going off of the HVAC issues, half of City Hall, to my understanding, is currently without heat right now, so those problems are occurring. As I was stating, part of the HVAC issues right now are a quarter to half of City Hall is operating without heat right now. So we have
It's warm in this
employees
room.
working, it is warm in this room, we have employees working with no heat source. So that does remain a problem. I am very supportive of continuing the senior travel program. It was never in jeopardy whatsoever for many of us up here. I'd like to make that loud and clear that we have supported the senior program. This senior program, along with the other senior programs that the city offers throughout this entire process. There was never once a scare or a worry that it was going to be taken away or that it was going to be in jeopardy. So I want that to be very clearly understood. And then a couple questions for Mr. Ryan. Basil, at what age can somebody go on these trips? Is there 65, 55,
That was set up before my time, 55.
55?
Asking for a friend.
And is it a requirement that somebody is a resident of the city of Franklin?
That is correct. We get all kinds of people that want to take friends or come live outside the city. These people that are going on the trips are strictly Franklin residents.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. If somebody wanted to bring some friends along, say from Hills Corners, but every person going on this trip is a Franklin
The
resident.
only exception to the rule, and that's made by me, if it's a first-time person and it's elderly, and say they don't know anyone or they have some physical disabilities. I mean, we had one time where and I'm not here to pat myself on the back, but I give the young lady, elderly lady from Franklin wanted to go. It was her granddaughter that went with her. And we just absorbed that and said we'd take care of it. She helped her, she got it, and it broke the ice.
Right.
So in those situations, if it's somebody for the first time and they have some disability or they feel uncomfortable, we will allow someone to bring. After that, no more.
Okay, I
So
appreciate.
one time deal.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. I yield, Mayor.
Okay, okay,
Can I just ask one question?
yes, you got the floor. Then Alderman Solana.
Not knowing, but I was looking over and I see the city takes out of a fund for, and it's statement of revenue in that. So I think maybe you have a better name for the fund. I always thought it was our reserve fund. And there was, at one time, it was $13 million on there. I see we have some alarming numbers coming out of it. But why wouldn't that be a fund? Because I see in the year of 23, and that somehow on the paper, and I was confused, I'll let the finance person, where we actually show that in 23, there was a final budget of 44, and it actually only spent 33 that year, and 11,000 went back into, I think, your reserve fund?
So our general fund, yes, but typically our general fund our policy really restricts us to only use that on one-time capital purchases. But what you're looking at combines both the senior travel and the senior citizen program.
Right, but they only spent 33,000.
That would be your program and the other one
Right.
combined together.
So this 11,000 back there, what fund did that go into?
Some of it got rolled into 2024, which is what you requested, the 7,000, and the rest went into the general fund because the senior citizen program did not request that it get carried forward.
Okay, so your fund that, I call it the rainy day fund when I was in office, but the one that's for the reserve,
That would be the $125,000 or $150,000 reserve contingency fund that we have,
what is the dollar amount in there right now?
43,000.
No. This fund here, I saw at one time it had 13 million. This year it had 8 million
General fund.
at the general fund.
Correct.
So, and what's the rule for taking money out of the general fund?
One-time capital purchases.
So don't we have a capital fund too?
Correct.
Okay, so if the capital fund is there for capital improvements in that, in the general, because I see on some of these is that it's got to be paying all kinds of things, because if it's coming up, money's coming in, like for example, in 23, you put into that fund $1.8 million into there.
That went back into the general fund of expenses that were not
Yeah. So you put one,
Budgeted.
correct.
yeah, 1.
No, they were budgeted for. There was an underuse of expenditures, and there was a 1.8 million that was rolled back into the general fund.
Right, and then now these last couple years, it's showing a negative, but it still has at least 8 million, so 10,000 couldn't come out of there?
The council can make that decision to have it come out of the general fund, yes, but that's kind of goes against our general fund policy.
Well, wouldn't
But
this
they
be-
have made exceptions to that before.
Yeah, because wouldn't this be a one-time expenditure, and then in the future, we would just come before finance in that? So it wouldn't be taking from severance or anything else that was budgeted? Just a question.
Yes, that's a decision the council can make to take it generally out of the fund balance. Like I said, those are some exceptions to our fund balance policy that they can make, yes.
And I'd prefer to not violate or veer from the policy, and I'll add a little bit more to that. Alderman Sluse?
Just a quick question. You mentioned in your introduction that there is new faces every time you go on a trip. How do you ensure that this not become a club? Like, suppose like there is 30, 40 people get to know each other. They went on a trip, and the next time it came available, they sign in. I just want to make sure that there is like, everyone have a chance to go. And do you consider, for example, putting a limitation? Okay, you can go on 4 trips or 5 trips. This way you help, you help the budget situation, and you encourage more diversity and encourage more people to go on a trip rather than having 50 people go 10 times, having, for example, 200 people go 5 times. You got my point.
You would have that problem if you only limited it to one bus. You'd exactly have that problem because it'd be the first person signing up in that. More buses that you have, the larger group you have, eliminates that problem. For example, one of the things that you get as a speech from me when you get on the bus, first thing I'll ask is, who's new on this trip? And they'll raise their hands, and then I'll tell them, I said, okay, well, you'll get a pink shirt, and on the back of the shirt it says newbies, so we don't lose track of you. And then I tell them that they have responsibilities at the end of the trip, that they have check the bus, and then we have a conference room in the back that they have to clean in that. So we make them feel right at home. So that's how we tell. So we may get people that they don't know why they raised their hands, but I can assure you the next time they won't.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. Last question, Director of Finance. I agree with, I believe, Alderman Pecorelli's suggestion on where we could take the money from, but I'm not the expert in finance. So would you be comfortable at kind of ranking these in level of risk with what you're the most comfortable with knowing what you know for forecasting for the remainder of the year?
Yes, obviously number 1 would be transfer from severance. Like I said, we don't have any anticipated. We have some retirements, but that's not where we would pull from. I think that any sort of reduction in operational is probably highest on the risk list. I would not recommend that, or any of the other ones. If I had to choose, my recommendation would be to take it out of severance pay.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
So what I'd like to do now moving forward is I'd like to recommend a motion, and the motion is to take $10,000 from the severance and then transfer that to the senior travel program.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
And motion for me to bring a budget amendment back at the next meeting.
Next meeting. And the part of that motion would be then to bring that back as at the next meeting as a budget amendment. Okay, we've got a first, hold on. We've got a first and a second. We're going to have further discussion, and then we're going to do a roll call. Mr. Ryan, you've got the floor.
Just could we make sure we add that it's in there that that this program has to go before the finance, that we can then keep up on things?
Well, I won't make that motion in there, but why don't we just plan on you on the September finance meeting, and she'll put you on there, and she'll let you know that you'll be part of that agenda.
'Cause I've been asking for years for that, and everyone says, well, we don't do that for these
Well,
programs. So
we will, moving forward. You'll be on September. Hold on. So we have a motion, a first and a second. Madam Director of Administration.
To that point, I just wanted to say, as part of the budget, we have meetings in between the mayor's recommended and the adopted budget, and those are scheduled with Finance Committee. This program falls under Recreation, and that is always part of those meetings that we have. And certainly, we will notify you and let you know when that is scheduled for the 2026 budget.
right, because I see originally you had 3 other programs too that you have to deal with. So I don't know what, I think the finance officer made a recommendation on those 4 programs. So
You'll be in the September meeting, okay? We've got a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye. 6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Thank you for coming.
there you go.
And now we will resume our,
Take a break because they're going to all leave, so they don't.
that's okay. Well, we're going to go back, and I've got to read a bunch of things, so we're good. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for appearing. Thank you. So as the crowd slowly trickles out. Oh, what did you want me to say?
I told you to be noisy, ladies.
It's okay.
Before you leave, can I just get your information so that I can make sure I get?
We're just pausing before we go back to D as in David, number 1. Melissa Antes, that's right. It's good seeing you again, man. Yes, hideaway. Yeah, I'll take whatever you got. Okay, we're gonna get back to our regular order of business. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna move on now. We've got quite the agenda. Mr. Arndt, good seeing you. Mrs. Arndt? I could imagine. Oh, let him know, he's out there. Okay, it's fine, we can start, we're good. D. David, number 1 is gonna be the hearing, public hearing, and then it'll transition into item G as in George, number 1. Then we'll go back to hearing number D as in David, number 2, and then we'll address items G 3, 4, and 5. All right? Good. So D. David 1, a proposed future land use map amendment for property generally located on the south side of Ryan Road, addressed as 0 West Ryan Road, tax key number 896-9996-001, for the area consisting of approximately 66.8 acres, designated as commercial and business park, approximately 50% of the total site, and areas of natural resource features use to institutional and areas of natural resource features. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements of Wisconsin State Statute 66.1001, sub 4, sub D. David. A map of the affected property, all application materials, and the proposed ordinance are available at the Department of City Development at City of Franklin Hall. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed ordinance is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and Common Council. Mr. Regulo Martinez, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. This is a property on West Ryan Road. It's owned by Franklin Public Schools. And as part of the UDO rewrite that was adopted, the zoning map was updated. And currently, in the former zoning ordinance, this property was zoned industrial, residential, and also institutional. So the staff presented the question to the Plan Commission, what is the appropriate zoning for this particular property. The Plan Commission recommended institutional, and that's what also the kind of intent of the owner, the Franklin Public Schools. To be consistent with the comprehensive plan, is now this request by the planning department to change it to institutional to be consistent with the zoning map that was already approved. And the Plan Commission also recommended approval of this amendment.
So the Plan Commission, excuse me, unanimously approved this, correct?
Recommended approval, yeah.
Good. So at this point, could you please read the public hearing notice?
Notice of public hearing, City of Franklin Common Council, hearing date on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. at the Common Council Chambers of Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road, Franklin, Wisconsin. Property located on West Ryan Road, tax key number 896-9996-001. The proposal is to amend the future land use map designation for the area consisting of approximately 66.8 acres designated as commercial and business park. approximately 50% of the total site, and areas of natural resource features to institutional and area of natural resource features. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirement of Wisconsin Statute 66-10014D, a map of the affected property. All application materials and the proposed ordinance are available at the Department of City Development at Franklin City Hall. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed ordinance is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and the Common Council.
Thank you. It's 7:30 PM. I'd like to open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter and this matter alone, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record. On this item, D as in David number 1, and this only item. Seeing nobody, close the public hearing. Open up now to members of the esteemed Franklin Common Council. Oh, Mr. Pecorelli?
I'll just say that I am supportive of the rezoning to institutional. I think that's the intended purpose. I agree, and I listened to the Plan Commission, so I agree with everything that was there, so I yield.
Alderman Sutton?
Then I'll make the motion to approve.
Would you like to read the motion, sir? G1?
A motion to amend the the City of Franklin 2025 Comprehensive Master Plan to change the future land use map for the property generally located on the south side of Ryan Road, address at 0 West Ryan Road, taxi number 896-9996-001, from commercial, business park, and areas of natural resources to institutional and areas of natural resource features, totaling approximately 66 acres. City of Franklin, Department of City Development, applicant, Franklin Public Schools, property owners.
Thank you. We've got a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second by Alderman Pecorelli. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G1 is approved. Going on to D as in David number 2. I'll read it in its entirety. Apparently you then read it again for the hearing. Number 2, D as in David 2, a proposed future land use map amendment for the property located at 11590 West Meadowview Drive, containing approximately 7.735 acres from business park to residential, multifamily, and commercial. This public hearing is being held pursuant to requirements of Wisconsin State Statute 66.1001, sub 4, sub D as in David. A map of the affected property, all application materials, and the proposed ordinance are available at the Department of City Development at Franklin City Hall. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed ordinance is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and the Common Council. Mr. Fuchs, good evening.
Hello. So this item, the action item, is under G3. It's also related to items G4 and G5, which is a rezoning and certified survey map for the proposed development, which is a condominium development. The applicant's proposing 22 two-family structures, so a total of 44 dwelling units. There's also a proposed parking lot to serve the Irish Cottage Bar and Restaurant, which is located at the southeast corner of Loomis and Ryan. So as the mayor stated, the comprehensive master plan would be amended to change the future land use to multifamily for the condominium portion and to commercial for the parking lot portion, which is on the north side. The rezoning for G4 would amend it to the zoning from M1 to R8 for the condos, and then B2 for the parking lot portion, which is consistent with the current zoning for the Irish Cottage. The CSM for the project would create those two lots, so a lot for the multifamily and then a lot for the parking lot that gets combined with the Irish Cottage property, so it'll be resulting in two lots in the end.
At Plan, how did it go over at Plan Commission?
The Plan Commission unanimously recommended approval.
Thank you. Discussion? Is there a motion for G as in George 3, please?
I make a motion to
I
adopt.
second.
Public.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. I got excited. So it's now 7:34, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this, come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Going twice. We'll close it at 7:34, and now if you could please entertain a motion. You want to state it?
Sure. The motion for the comprehensive master plan amendment would be a motion approving an ordinance to amend the City of Franklin 2025 comprehensive master plan to change the City of Franklin future land use map for property bearing tax key number 89110810000 from business park to residential, multifamily, and commercial.
G is in George 3, that is the motion. Is there a motion?
Made the motion.
I make a motion to adopt.
First and
I'll
second?
Yep.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. We'll go into G4.
Be a motion approving an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Ordinance zoning map to rezone property bearing tax number 89110810000 from M1 Limited Industrial District to R8 Multiple Family Residence District and B2 General Business District.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second by Alderman Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G5.
G5 is a motion to adopt a resolution conditionally approving a two-lot certified survey map, being a redivision of Lot 80 and Lot 81 of Ryan Meadows in the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter and the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter, all in Section 30, Township 5 North, Range 21 East, City of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin.
Thank you, that is the motion. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, we got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to E as in Edward, organizational mayor appointments. Number 1, Mike Barber, 7931 South 61st Street, Alderman D5, Economic Development Commission. 1 year, unexpired term expiring June 30th of 2025. There's 4 points here, again with Mr. Barber. Mr. Samuel Berg, 8117 West High Street, Alderman D1, Technology Commission, 3-year unexpired term expiring April 30th, 2027. And number 4, Jeff Steinbach, 8109 South 47th Street, Alderman D5, Community Development Authority, 4-year unexpired term expiring 8/30/2026. If I don't see any movement for separate action, if it's all in one, just looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion to confirm all.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Roll call.
I was looking at him. I was getting excited. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. We don't have any letters. Now we're going to G2. A resolution to grant a distribution easement underground to Wisconsin Electric Power Company for the City of Franklin owned property at 9600 South 80th Street, parcel 1 of CSM number 6114, tax key number 896 9990-001. Mr. Schleter, Director Superintendent of DPW. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. This is for an easement for allowing We Energies to do a power upgrade on our transformer outside our shop. It's needed because of the new building and just the age of it.
Absolutely. Further discussion on this?
Make the motion to
Mr.
adopt.
Is
Craig?
that transformer is only for your building, or will this service other parcels around your building?
It'll service everything on our property,
Okay, just your
just our property,
just your
yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, we got a first by Alderman Hassan. Is there further discussion?
Abstain.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so we got a first. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Alderman Craig. Roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
5 ayes, no noes, 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you. G6, a resolution to issue change order number 4 for the DPW expansion project in the amount of $124,086.91 to Chemisoy Incorporated. Mr. Schleter, you still have the floor.
This is to bring you up to date on change orders that we're looking at. We have 3 credits and 3 additional items that we needed to do that came up during construction. The 3 credits are just things that we just found we didn't need, and the asphalt base stone, which we did ourselves instead of having the contractor. We tried to cut the cost on the asphalt. As you can see, there's an item for $138,945. That was for the asphalt, and that's why we have the $14,000 credit, because we did part of that. So that's why that came down. The other 2 are the fire alarm and a vacuum brake for on our hoses in the new addition. They needed a breaker on them.
Okay. So let's revisit, Alderwoman Day?
2 questions, one for Finance Director and one for Mr. Schlueter. For Finance, this project was ARPA funded. Is there any issues with the change orders coming in, or are we still covered under ARPA? I'm just concerned about the dates. Is it because the project is started that we're good and all of that is encumbered and we can still use it for ARPA? It doesn't matter so long as we stay within our dollar amount. The date of the change orders doesn't matter. That's the part that I'm just making sure we're okay.
Sure. So because the money was obligated by 12/31/24, we are okay. All of the contracts do have the provision in them that allows for change orders. So as long as we still have the funding, which we do, then these are all acceptable for ARPA funding.
Okay. And then my last question for the superintendent, and I just may not be reading this correctly, but when I was going through the invoices from Camosi, it's saying that all of them are for different portions of the facility for pavement, and it says per owner request. Is that per our request as the city that we made a change, or is it owner request as in Camosi's request to change things?
We requested a change.
And was it that the plan set wasn't correct, or what was the change that caused the extra?
It should have been built into the original bid when it went out.
Okay,
But there was one additional one that we needed to make a change because our salt shed is right next to the new addition, and the DNR does inspections, and they did one this winter, and they found that our asphalt was in such poor condition, they put a requirement that we replace it immediately.
okay, so this was after the fact.
Yes.
So, yeah, okay, that was my question, if it was something we missed on the front end, or if it happened through the process of the project. Okay, thank you, that was it.
Just a little concern about the number of change orders on this project. Like, what was the base price, the original beginning price of this project, and what are we up to right now?
Original, I believe it was 2.864, I believe off the top of my head.
Something like that, $2.9 million.
So we have close to, was it
300,000. 6 is what we're approved for, but we're going to be coming in on our probably the next council with 3 more credits, substantial credits that we had asked for probably a good month or 2 ago. But again, we did some of the work on those projects, and we were able to lower those prices substantially too. So we're probably going to end up in the high 200s instead of the 386 that we've already been approved for.
Okay.
So we're trying to drop it as much as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other further questions? There's a,
I have one.
Mr. Pecorelli?
Looking at the change order on the fence, did the fence layout and everything change? It says changes made to fence layout. What were?
The fence on the back corner of the property had to be moved in just slightly to accommodate the sewer line that went.
Excuse me. Yeah. By law. We don't want to all get arrested tonight.
The fence line on the back portion of the property had to be moved in a little bit because the sewer line was there. So it was just a minor credit because we moved it 10 feet.
Okay.
That's all that was
Just
about.
10 feet further in.
In a little bit, which reduced the amount of fencing.
Okay, thank you.
There is a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Got a first?
I second.
We have a second. Let's do roll call on this, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Revised job description for Health Department Administrative Assistant. Madam Director of Health, Mrs. Gottlieb, you've got the floor.
All right. Hello. This job description update went to personnel at their last meeting, and it is a update in the description and a title change from administrative clerk to administrative assistant.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I will second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Makes sense, perfect sense. Job description for sanitarian 1. Still look at the floor.
Thank you. This also went to the personnel at their last meeting, and this is an update to the job description for our sanitarian position to better reflect the duties that are now reflective in the role. DACAP is what we act as an agent of the state for, and through that program, requirements of us have increased over the past years, and we're trying to catch up with that.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this? Alderwoman Day?
I just want to say that since one of the sanitarians is here, I have worked in municipal government for about 15 years, and I know a lot of people in this area across the state, and I can confidently say that the 2 sanitarians we have are probably some of the best in the state, so fully support this.
Great.
Are you making the motion?
I'll make the motion.
And
I'll
just
second.
an edit for the motion, if it can say sanitarian 2, because that did change in personnel
Do
for
you amend
consistency.
that to a sanitarian 2 from 1?
Sanitarian 2.
Yes.
Or okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. G9, Alderman D6, resolution authorizing certain officials to accept a conservation easement for and as part of the approval of a certified survey map upon property located at 8570 South 116th Street. Mr. Montgomery is the owner. Mr. Fuchs, good evening again and welcome.
Hello. So as you mentioned, Mayor, it's a conservation easement related to a certified survey map that was approved at the April 15th Common Council meeting. It's protecting the natural resources on site, wetlands and wetland buffers. The staff's recommending approval.
All right, is there a motion on this?
I'd like to make the motion to approve.
I will
Excellent,
second.
District 6. First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Moving to G10. Concept review for a condominium development located at 12245 West Forest Home Avenue. Home Avenue. The Burbash Company is the applicant. Mr. Fuchs, you've got the floor.
The applicant is looking for Common Council feedback on a multifamily condominium development. It's consisting of 12 duplex condos, so a total of 24 dwelling units. This development was, it's actually a continuation of the Monticello Gardens development, which is located to the south. This phase was initially planned for larger buildings, so this is a reduction in density from back when it was originally looked at. If it does move forward, the property is planned to be zoned RM multiple unit residence, which this would be a permitted use. The applicant would need a condominium plat application and then site plan review. And the applicant is here.
So this is the first steps to this, as we all know, and further discussion at this point from the council, at this point. Mr. Craig?
Yeah, I think it's just a continuation of existing structures. I don't see it as something that would be a detriment to the city. I think more ability to house our residents would be welcome, and I would like to see a much more in-depth presentation as far as the what would we be getting as far, and I especially like the concept of a smaller density impact to the area as well.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. With it stating this is along a private road for a total of 24 units, is that a concern at all for the fire or police departments? Do we know?
I don't believe we received comments related to that, but I think that will be a discussion for this project. I think there to the south, I think it's Jefferson Terrace, but you could connect this development and area to that of the south with public roads, which may end up being a planning staff recommendation, but they'll be coming with full review of the detailed plans.
Thank you.
So yeah, so the detailed plans and reviews are forthcoming on that. So at this point, if there's no further discussion, there's no action to be taken at this time. Okay, good. Moving on to G11. What? Concept review for, Mr. Fuchs, anything more on that piece for right now?
Unless, no, unless
Right.
the, like I mentioned.
I wouldn't do it now. I mean,
They'd
Just would like some feedback.
well, how about this, sir? Why don't you come up to the table here? We'll get you one of those microphones. And then we'll start by just stating your name and business address for the record and speak very closely into this, please.
PJ Burbach with Burbach Company.
We're going to go back to item G10.
12750 West North Avenue is our business location. We've owned this land for quite some time. When our partner we had was during the recession was unable to carry it. We've looked at some options on this parcel to date, and we would be interested in pursuing a duplex condominium project as we presented, and like some feedback as to whether or not this is something that the Common Council would be interested in. Not looking for a vote per se, but here to answer any questions. The previous project was about 150 units out here on the remnant parcels to the expansion lands for the Monticello Gardens condominium. And we've proposed a private road similar to what was previously approved for that project. And like to hear your thoughts before we, pursue full engineering and design plans.
Okay, that's fair. And there is no motion, so we're not going to be discussing anything motion related. It's not even part of this. And you did get some feedback by the alderman of the district. I live right down the road. I think I support it as well, but I know there's plenty of work and plenty of steps moving forward to get to that point. So at this point right now, it's Alderman Salus and then Alderwoman Eichman.
Yeah, and in fact, I do like the concept. In fact, having a duplex or a townhouse is almost the next step to single family ownership. So many of the young professionals would prefer to buy, a structure like that. Like, are you selling those like as per building or is it per unit?
These would be duplex condominiums with full basements, okay, and attached two-car garages.
So if I want to buy, I buy a unit?
Correct. This would be a condominium.
Condominium.
Yeah, we wouldn't be selling the buildings per se.
The concept is great. It also depends on the price point, what the person would be willing to pay for a new unit, and would this be like condominium association in part of it?
Yeah, there'd be an association associated with this also, this specific project.
Do you have like an idea? Are you doing like the level of construction? What price point do you think those items?
We anticipate these units to be about $500,000.
$500,000.
The topography of the land allows exposed basements, both partial and full exposures, and it's likely that a great deal of those will be finished. So we convert from about a 1,600 square foot unit, which we're currently proposing, won't be double that, but it would be a substantially nice quality product.
Wish you the best of luck. I'll be supportive.
Thank you.
Yield?
I yield.
Alderman Eichman?
Well, thank you, Mayor. A couple of my questions were answered. I had heard the word duplex or townhouse mentioned, so I just wanted to clarify that these are indeed condos.
Yes,
You mentioned
condominiums.
versus rental.
Correct. No, condominiums.
Right. And we don't have a presentation to view this evening?
No, this is not a full
Okay,
proposal. It's
step
just
one.
a concept proposal
Got
to
it.
allow us the confidence to
Right.
generate plans.
Sometimes with concept reviews, we have them, so I just wasn't
We
sure.
will.
Because we were having technical, on our end, we were having technical difficulties.
Well, we did propose layouts and building plans
Mm-hmm.
within the packet.
They are in the packet for review by electeds at this point, but I mean, this is step one.
I
And
still have the floor. I do like the design concept of them, very much so. I think they're attractive looking from the exterior as well. Is some input. I do like the fact that although it's a condo, it represents more of a single-family home. I'm a big fan of that personally. Other than that, that's at this time. My concerns, as always, too, our city's growing, and our fire department's not. That's always in the back of my mind. So, you know, as our city expands, we're gonna have to expand our fire department at some point, too. And again, my comment earlier about that private road, but I understand that'll be looked into, as this is just an early stage concept review. But otherwise, I think it looks like a very nice property, very nice development. So thank you, I'll yield.
any further discussion? If not, we're gonna move on to G11. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We will be talking soon, and good to see you again, sir. G11, concept review for a building expansion and site improvements at the Franklin High School located at 8222 South 51st Street. Franklin High School District is the representative. Mr. Cromie, good evening and welcome. Are you, if you're taking the,
I'll take the mic, if you don't
there
mind.
you go. Absolutely.
Okay. So Andy Cromie, 8255 West Forest Hill Avenue. I'm the assistant superintendent, or one of the assistant superintendents with Franklin Public Schools. With us tonight is our board president, Mike Sprague, our director of buildings and grounds, Andy Daniels, Paige Steed with Plunkett Racich Architects, and Jesse Becker with Point of Beginnings, who is our civil engineer. As you know, this project stems from our successful referendum this past November. And the planning for that referendum dates all the way back to the spring of '23. And that includes a presentation to the Common Council in October, I think October 1st of last year, 2024. The plans you'll see tonight, or the site plan, does not differ all that much from what was presented back in October. Part of our process to get to today was a full-blown facility study handled by Andy Daniels, an enrollment study done with MD Roffers, who does work with the city on future plans and all of those potential concepts. A community-wide survey with adjustments to the plan following that community-wide survey. Multiple board meetings presenting multiple phases of the project from elementary to middle to high school to site in general. And again, back to Common Council on October 1st. Post-referendum, we've had numerous internal planning meetings that obviously deal with our superintendent and administrative staff, but all the way down to our high school staff, our elementary staff, and most importantly, our students. We've had multiple feedback opportunities for the public. We've held 2 neighbor meetings. This is specific to the high school site, and that includes some feedback shifting some of the district facilities as far west on our southeast corner of our site as possible. I believe we've had 5 city staff and district administrative meetings. We've met with the police and fire department regarding safety-related site access. As is current with our site access, our parents, bus, and student pickup, drop-off is all located off of 51st Street. That will remain exactly the same post-construction. As you'll notice on the site plan, you will see Highview merging into our site. So right now it's Stubbs at the high school site. This will provide a path down the eastern side of the high school. That is really designed for our staff parking lot. So we're moving staff parking lot to the east side where the plan is. So approximately 70 staff when school's open. It will also be used for our construction workers parking. So that'll be located on the east side. So when we're thinking 47th to Highview, During construction, we're looking at about 50 cars average on a daily basis, both in and out. At the high point in time, up to potentially 100 in and out during construction. Once construction is over and normal operations begin, we'll be looking at about 70 teachers parking in the back, in and out. All deliveries for construction will be coming from Ryan Road to 51st Street, heading north on 51st and entering from the west side of the site. You'll notice the use of the southeast corner of our property will include tennis courts. So this will be the first time a Franklin High School student will ever be able to truly play a home tennis match, as we do not have tennis courts currently and have never played on a Franklin site, a Franklin Public Schools owned site. And it'll have additional green space in the southeast corner of our property, which will offset the loss of green space directly north of the high school today. What we're requesting with 11 is a conservation easement adjustment. So mitigation for that conservation easement adjustment will fall to the northwest corner of our current property, about 2.5 acres of that property. And we have off-site district property that'll accumulate about 5 acres, so 7.5 acres of mitigation in total. We will be discussing the site in number 12, so not to jump agenda items, but they're kind of linked together in total. So the site will be discussed tonight in number 12. It'll also be in front of the Planning Commission, doing the same thing we're talking about tonight, this coming Thursday. One of the key components too is providing student access along that drive from Highview. So we'll have a sidewalk as well. So students that live on the eastern portion of our high school site will now have a walkable access to the site that does not loop them around the entire site. So those are the things I have to address up front, and we can go from there.
Questions, comments at this point? So I'll take the Alderman of District 5 first, and then Alderman Day.
In fact, I did join one of the meetings you had at the administration office, and I did visit the site, and I met with a few of the neighbors there as well. I have few concerns. You know, once you open traffic at this Highview Drive, that street there on 47th Street, this is a very nice, quiet neighborhood in there. And I have serious concern about the amount of traffic, because it's not going to be the teachers who is going to exit there. I do expect many of the students who live, you know, eastward of there to exit from that area as well. And I'm just like concerned, how is the neighbor going to react to that? Yeah, that's the first component of my comments. The second one, I'm just like, one of the neighbors, he mentioned about the lights issue, that, you know, because there'll be a soccer field in there, and there'll be lights shining very much in the backyard of these homes. And so that's another concern that, you know, mentioned by some of the neighbors. And the noise issue also, if there's going to be speakers while they're playing games. I just want to make sure that we do not have ongoing issues and complaints with the situation. And just like, it's a suggestion, you know, Franklin High School is a major school. It's the only high school we have in the city. And the number of students we have, correct me if I'm mistaken, 2,000?
About 1,600.
1,600. By the time you add the staff, you almost have 2,000 vehicles come to the facility. I'm just like wondering, rather than investing the money in this connection here, did you guys consider connecting to Drexel? That will be a major traffic relief, because right now, if there is, I looked at the site plan, I did not have a full info on that. If we manage to have an access toward Drexel Avenue, you will substantially help the traffic situation. Anyone coming from the east, they do not have to compete for this roundabout on 51st and Drexel, and that will cut the traffic situation to a large extent. I'm not really sure if that is a possibility. Did you guys ever looked into it? Is there anything you can add to my knowledge on that topic?
Yep, so I'll address them in order that you have. So concerns of students exiting the Highview Street. Our plan is to monitor students who exit there and remove their parking pass, which will eliminate them from driving to school. So their car will cease to exist going on to Highview. So students exiting there during the school hours before and after will not happen. Will they come there at nighttime for a practice? It's possible that cars are going to come there for a practice. I'm sure parents are going to come through for a play that's happening at the Sabre Center as well. But in terms of students ripping out of there before and after school, we'll just pull their parking pass. So we're not worried about that. There will be no lights or speakers on the soccer field, so that is not a competition soccer field. It is designed as a practice field. Will there ever be a game there? Possibly, but it'll be during light hours. So before, or I should say after school, before the sun sets, would be that. If we have those types of events there, we typically don't announce for freshman or JV games in terms of soccer, so I'm not concerned about that as well. In terms of a connection to Drexel, we briefly visited that, and really what happens or what we do in order to connect to that, we lose those additional upper fields that are currently being used for practice now in order to run a entrance down to Drexel that's reasonable, because if we push it too far west, we might as well just route onto 51st Street. It wouldn't make sense to put a parallel road there. So we'd have to move to the far eastern portion, which takes away the two green fields, which currently will be the only green fields we have until the entire project is done, outside of a competition field. So, and then in addition to that, Highview is stubbed at our property line. It is a fully developed road already. So from a cost standpoint, it would be extremely cost prohibitive to run to Drexel, and the loss of land is not feasible. That is the only site we have, and you'll notice from the plans, it is maxed out.
The benefit of having an access to Drexel Avenue is huge as well, because it's just like basically having an access, like you can put how many access on 51st as you want. At the end of the day, all the traffic is going to end up on 51st. But this way, if you have additional access, like a viable access that the students and everyone can use, I'm not really sure if there is a possibility to achieve that. That would be great. Because, the issue with, opening that Highview Street is going to be students is going to park in the neighborhood and going to walk to the, you might have this neighborhood is going to be flooded with cars. And the students will walk blocks, to get back to the school. So I'm just like worried that it's going to be ongoing issue for us. I'm just like
So
presenting.
we would welcome partnering with the city to put no parking during school day signs up on those, on 47th. Not a problem for us.
Thanks.
You did hear that earlier. I did bring up that earlier when the discussion was there, that that type of signage is very common with schools. and there's
Around
no
schools,
park- Absolutely it is. Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. Alderman Salus stole a little bit of my thunder.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all
Good.
good. It's all good.
Shortness.
And I have, full disclosure, I have not read my Plan Commission packet yet, so.
What?
But this will stop me from asking these questions on Thursday, so. My question for 47th Street, you said you had meetings with the neighbors. I'm assuming it was the neighbors back in that area, 47th Street, Highview, about what was.
So all of the neighbors within 500 feet of the project.
Okay,
Very
and-
similar to the city's.
And
rate.
I'm assuming that was a concern that came up as well about traffic and what that was going to do back there.
Traffic was low on the list, actually.
Okay.
Lights on a soccer field was a large one, but again, we won't have those.
Okay.
Noise adjacent to that, again,
Okay.
will be during lighted hours.
I can assure you, I'm very happy to hear that you do not want students coming out down that road. Living where I live, it is kind of choose your own adventure during arrival and dismissal of school where I live, with people tearing in and out. And 51st is a very wide road, so there's a little bit more leeway for reckless driving than back there with all the homes. So thank you for that. My question is about traffic on 51st. You mentioned, and I know there's no other way to come at it, the construction traffic will come down 51st from Ryan. That right now is an incredibly dangerous intersection, 51st and Putes. The traffic is backing up astronomically. I know there's no other option for the vehicles to get there, especially with the roundabout at Drexel. But just, I don't know if there is a way that we can really emphasize as a city that intersection and 51st Street with the increase in construction traffic. I'm just very nervous that we're putting way too many way too many things onto that road at one time with the construction. So that's just my plea, not necessarily your problem, more of a city problem, but we need to be very mindful of adding a lot more traffic to that road. Outside of that, you mentioned, I think you mentioned in your presentation that as far as the wetlands and whatnot that is going to be removed for this expansion, you are planning to replace that within the other school district properties within Franklin is the plan. So
Correct.
we don't really have to worry about that because you have the extra land to do that replacement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. We own 21 acres. It would be off of like 83rd Street, west of Little League. And then the 220 acres on Ryan Road between 80th and 92nd.
And then just one other point about the traffic cutting to Drexel. While Drexel is a wider street, it would also, I think, be dangerous to offshoot that way because it would really infringe on where the fire department is. There's not a lot of room between where the fire department comes out and where you would want to put that road. So I don't think we want to inject a bunch of traffic that might get in the way of EMS and fire response. So Highview is for the exit. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, see no further discussion, we will then, Mr. Craig, you've got something?
Yep. When do you plan to break ground for construction for the referendum pieces that you have?
Yep, so the referendum actually has 4 different parts. It has to phase from north to south in order to maintain as much of what's happening at the high school today, to allow that to happen throughout the project. We intend to, assuming everything goes well, we would be fencing around the beginning of August and then taking down the existing pool and several classrooms off to the current northeast of the building, and that's because of the layout of what's being added. That addition, site breaking is probably around October, where full construction starts on the new portion, which is the PE wing, and then that'll merge into the existing building where that'll be renovated for, or I guess some of the technical education spaces will be new, but many of them will be into the renovated portion of the high school. But approximately October 1st for official groundbreaking.
Okay. And then this will be a continuous project through till?
This is going to take for construction approximately 3 years, although the new construction approximately 2, and then internal about a year internal as well.
Okay. And then lastly, do you plan on doing any other capital improvements to the building during this that are not referendum specific?
We will be maintaining existing roofs, we'll be maintaining existing flooring, exterior building, nothing dissimilar to what we do at any given point in any summer with any of our schools. So those don't really cause that large of a disruption. A roof, you might see a crane pull over, do the roofing section over, say the Sabre Center or something nearby. But those are typically short-lived projects compared to the referendum project.
Sure. I just want to kind of get a gauge as far as the impact to the how long and for, how
we're trying to tie
grandiose.
as many of those into the referendum as we can. So if a roofer's on site, like, let's just also do this component. If they're doing tuck pointing or whatever, let's try to make sure we're using the same labor that is also doing the new construction.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, then we will move into item G12, because there's no action on this. Resolution to amend a conservation easement previously approved by resolution number 2013-0692 to allow geotechnical exploration within easement number 2 and number 3 upon property located at 8222 South 51st Street. Tax key number 807-9999-001. Franklin Public Schools, applicant Mr. Cromie, you got the floor.
Yep, so I just reiterate, we're losing the green space to the north of the high school. That'll come in with the new athletic portion of the wing. This would move essentially that green field to the far southeast corner. Again, bringing tennis courts on. Again, in meeting with the neighbors, we push those pieces as far west as we possibly can, knowing the existing building is going to be there, and we're trying to put the drive around the back. There is a drive that exists, but connecting that up around. So pushing as many of those athletic pieces, which is a field, 10 tennis courts, and the parking as far west as we possibly can. So you'll notice on the updated plan, I believe that's here tonight, there's a detention pond that'll be located immediately off of Highview where the parking lot was there before, moving that parking lot further west. I don't have exact dimensions with me, but then the tennis courts also shuffle with that. So there'll be a run of green space now separating parking lot and tennis courts between the houses directly east of us on 47th. And again, moving that field as far west as possible, so creating as big a or large a buffer as we can between neighbors' yards and our property.
Excellent. Mr. Fuchs, anything to add to that before we go to the motion?
Yeah, just to, so everyone's clear, this request is really, it's just for soil borings, the geotechnical testing of the site in anticipation of the site work and building addition. It's just the current conservation easement does not allow that type of work. So this would just amend that easement to allow this step. So really just the initial site testing and soil borings. Staff's not objecting, and there is a provision for restoration.
Excellent. There's a motion here. Somebody
I'd
got-
like to make the motion to adopt.
Second.
First and second by Alderman Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have a motion carries. I'd like to at this time take a 10-minute recess. 10-minute recess. Come back at 8:25, please. And we'll go
Thank
right
you.
to G13. Thank you all.
Still on pause.
It's 8:26 p.m. We are back online with item G13. Let's see here. Who is taking this? Resolution authorizing installation of a fence within the 30-foot landscape buffer yard easement. Plat restriction upon Lot 6 of the Ryan Meadows subdivision, 9516 South Bergamont Drive. Ryan S. Mahoney and Kathy Thomas applicants. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. For constructing a fence within a landscape buffer yard easement requires approval by the Common Council and also a recommendation by the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission recommended approval, and staff is also recommending approval of this request. Happy to answer any other questions.
Excellent. D6. You got
Make a
the
motion
floor.
to approve.
I second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G14, ordinance to create section 15-3.0449 of the Franklin Unified Development Ordinance establishing Planned Development District Number 44, Aslo, and to rezone property from R-1E as in Edward, Countryside Estate, Single Family, Multiple Residence upon a Single Lot Estate, District 2, Planned Development District Number 44. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. In the former zoning ordinance, this particular property was the only property that was zoned into the R1E zoning district. So as part of the new UDO, that district was eliminated. So this is to create a planned development district only for this property. It's basically a copy and paste of the standards to preserve the owner's vested rights. Staff recommends approval, and also the Plan Commission recommended approval.
Excellent. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G15, City of Franklin Fire Department 2024 brief annual report. Somebody catch that?
I thought you did
A
that.
couple did. 2024 brief annual report. Good evening, chiefs, and welcome. Feels like a C minus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, chiefs, you've got the floor.
Test. Nope. Test. Blue. Test on blue. Okay.
There you go.
Good evening to the council. As the mayor mentioned, we are going to be presenting our 2024 annual report. Assistant Chief Shannon Antoine is going to be the main presenter this evening. She has worked very hard over the past couple years to transform our annual report into a more graphically appealing, more easy to read, as opposed to a lot of black and white text. So that's why we wanted to hand you a color copy. But we'll provide a brief overview of our activities for last year, and then most importantly, give an opportunity to ask questions. I'll turn it over to Chief Antoine without further ado.
All right. So we just started with our cover. We have a table of contents. We have the chief's letter here that goes over a brief description of 2024 and throughout the packet. But most importantly, throughout our department, our highest asset and most value is our employees. And we can't do anything without them. So the next one is who we are. Who we are is our mission, vision, and our statement of values. You'll see within our statement of values that our core 5 areas is our respect, innovation, excellence, integrity, and our teamwork and cooperation. These are the things that day in and day out, together we can excel and bring together as one. The next one is our department organization. This is from the top down, from the fire chief all the way to our probationary firefighter EMT. We have currently 3 stations throughout the city of Franklin. We have 48 firefighter paramedics. So all of us are trained at the paramedic level, from the chief all the way to our probationary firefighter paramedic. We have 1 administrative assistant that runs our ship daily for us and keeps us in line. And we have a fire inspector that goes out throughout our community, making sure that our businesses, organizations, and buildings are safe. We have 3 shifts throughout that are currently now on a 48-96 schedule, starting in 2025, that run 24/7, 365. So. This is a new page within our annual report. It recognizes our employees of our retirements. Here we had 3 retirements in 2024. Fire Chief Adam Remington, who gave 29 years of service. James Valdez, firefighter paramedic, that gave 26 years of service. And Jill Glanz, who was our fire prevention specialist, did our fire inspectors for us. She was with us for 7 years, but had prior experience at North Shore Fire Department. Through this retirements, we were able to actually promote 4 inner employees. We have our new chief of James Mayer, our assistant chief Robert Mankey, battalion chief Sean Ganzer, and a lieutenant Justin Palin. Within those 4 promotions, we were able to hire 4 new employees as well. And with that, we also had new members. So we brought in 2 chaplains into our peer support program that has really been a great addition to our fire department. Throughout 2024, we had calls for service. You'll see here we had 5,116 calls in 2024. That is a 5.5% increase from 2023. Our average per month was 426 calls, with averaging 14 calls per day throughout our community. And the graph there will give you details for the last 4 years on how our numbers fluctuate throughout the year, January through December. Throughout those numbers, we have impact by numbers. So our year in review, that the majority of our calls, about 80 to 82% of those, are emergency medical calls, where paramedic firefighters perform life-saving skills and assist anyone with injuries and illnesses. Throughout that, you'll see the rest of the breakdown through there. But again, we're an all paramedic department, giving you the highest level of care for our 36,000 plus community members. Another huge asset within our Franklin Fire Department is our community engagement. Not only do we serve our public with emergency responses of EMS and fire, we also are a big hand in our community. We do a lot of community events. We hold a lot of public education classes, and we can't do this alone. We value our partnerships throughout the community, and we value our employees that come in and partake in these adventures. We also have our fire prevention throughout our community. We do 801 routine fire inspections a year, and we also last year did 70 plan reviews throughout the community. Throughout the Franklin Fire Department, we do all in-house trainings. So together we're training, learning, and growing together. We have specialized people that take pride in a certain category, such as TIC training, SCBA training, EMS, and we value their leadership and their skills, and they go to specialized classes, and they come forth and they train us. We also have an Office of Emergency and Management, OEM, throughout Milwaukee County that gives us our 70-plus hours of EMS training that is held to the paramedic standard. Amongst all these things throughout the year, we also established where we're giving back to the fire service. In 2024, we partnered with the Franklin Public School District where we added a cadet program. This cadet program is a program where kids are interested into the fire service, and they get released from school to spend 2 hours a day, 2 to 3 times a week, depending on their schedule for school. And they get to come in and learn how it is to raise a ladder, pull a mannequin, go on EMS calls and observe, and get a hands-on aspect of our career to hopefully lead them down the path of a firefighter paramedic career, and is a great recruitment tool, hopefully, for our future. We started with 3 candidates in semester 1. 2 of those 3 continued on throughout semester 2, and those 2 candidates are aspiring to go into this profession. So they are going to technical college. They're both currently seniors right now, and they're going to be planning on going there. So it's been a huge success, and it's been a great asset, and we can't thank our firefighter paramedics that work with these people day in and day out. And also I mentioned our chaplain program update to our peer support team. These chaplains have given their service to not only us, but they also respond to calls when our community members are in need as well. So they're very responsive. They're tailored towards our stressors that we see on a daily basis, and it's been a huge strength added to our department. And that is it for our 2024 annual report, where we end our mission with our honor, courage, and integrity.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, comments? Alderwoman Eichmann?
I just want to say thank you very much and for providing this information. I feel all residents in Franklin are very fortunate because we have the best of the best with our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Alderman Hassan and Alderman Craig.
I just want to thank you also for the wonderful service that you really provide for our city. Thank you.
To be the third drum in this, and we've talked, Chief Mayor, of how when I've had family that needed service calls, that nothing less than utmost professionalism from your staff, your firefighter, paramedics, and I'm so proud of the work that this unit does for this city, for every single resident that we have. Thank you, and fitting for the week that we are recognizing your staff. So thank you so much.
Appreciate your support, and you bring up a good point that we always drive home to our people, is that we want to treat the residents as if they're members of our own family, and that's what we strive to do. So appreciate your sharing that experience.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And before we go to the motion, I would just also like to thank both of you. And oftentimes I'm reaching out for questions, comments, things that citizens comment to me and ask me questions about. I go to you two. Sometimes Assistant Chief Mankey, it's very responsive. And that's huge, because when citizens are coming to us, they don't want to wait. They want an answer. And I just thank you for always being accessible, the two of you. Absolutely awesome. And thank you. Is there a motion now to accept and place on
I'd
file?
like to make the motion to accept and place on file.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. G16, a resolution authorizing the fire department to participate in an intergovernmental agreement for repair and maintenance of fire, rescue, and emergency medical equipment and materials with the City of Milwaukee Fire Department. Chief, you've got the floor.
Very briefly, Fire Department is seeking council approval to participate in this IGA. The City of Milwaukee Fire Department has a very large repair shop that, because they have a very large fleet of vehicles, they have a dedicated repair shop that repairs fire engines, fire trucks, ambulances, all the specialized equipment that they use. And the county fire chiefs have been working on this initiative for over 2 years, looking at the economies of scale of not being able, not each department not being able to fund a fire equipment mechanic on their own to work on and handle these specialized systems. The MFD, Milwaukee Fire Department staff, has offered the services of their shop to all of the suburban departments. This IGA is basically allows our department to utilize their services. There's very little financial impact, actually zero financial impact by adopting this IGA, other than when we actually utilize their services. Just like any of the other repair shops that we deal with, obviously we would get an invoice for repairs that are done. The great advantages is that we would be able to have repairs done much quicker. Currently, if a pump or our aerial device needs to be serviced, we have to drive to a dealership or a service facility located either in Lake Mills or Markesan, Wisconsin, which is in Greene County, which is over an hour drive. So having this ability to utilize the services of the City of Milwaukee would be of great value to us, especially with emergency repairs. Talking to other fire chiefs in the county, their technicians also come out to the firehouses to fix certain items as well. So it seems to be really a valuable program for us to partner with them on. Obviously, there's some benefits to them as well because they're able to expand their shop while providing a better service to us. The IGA was reviewed by Mr. Attorney Wesolowski, gave us the green light to bring it to the council. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Mr. Wesolowski.
Just before any motion, the thought is to add to the motion on the action sheet and to amend the resolution to approve the agreement and to authorize the mayor, city clerk, and director of finance and treasurer to execute it.
Okay, so that is the adder to the motion. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
A second.
First and second, do a roll call, please.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes and noes, motion carries. Well done.
The nitty-gritty.
And we've got 17 and 18 done. G19, a resolution to enforce compliance with Wisconsin Public Records Law by releasing closed legal records previously withheld under attorney-client privilege. Starting off, Madam Director of Administration.
Thank you. I'm actually turning to it right now. So the purpose of this is that there are processes in place under statutory law as well as our ordinances. And what I have found is that this portion is not necessarily following the process. And I am asking for us to essentially commit to following that process. Do you want me to continue?
I would absolutely continue.
All right. So for compliance, for open records requests, the first thing that I have on the council action sheet on the back side or the second page is the Wisconsin statutes 19.35 sub 1, presumption of access unless exception or harm is proven. There's Wisconsin statute 19.31 declares that the denial of public access generally is contrary to the public interest. Wisconsin statute 905.03, attorney-client privilege may be waived by the client and must not obstruct statutory obligations. Balancing test from the Department of Justice Guide, page 31. This requires a case-by-case evaluation of the harm versus the public interest. So I do want to stress that for open records requests, there is always that consideration that should be provided during a balancing test, which is the harm that could come from releasing records. And then case law. Courts uphold access to governmental legal records, especially when misconduct or credibility of officials is implicated. For example, Linsmeyer versus Forsey, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel versus City of Milwaukee, Hempel versus Baraboo.
So I will chime in for a second before we open this up to further discussion. And this has been going on for a number of years to try to get to some fruition here. And what I personally have gone through is once, what?
That's the next item.
Oh, well, I was gonna actually jump in a
I just wanted to
little.
make sure.
Well, I know, but I wanted
Okay.
to jump in a little bit with this balancing test.
Mm-hmm.
Because this balancing test, as you hear it, all I know is, I don't know of any balancing test that's ever held back records of government employees, especially if there's no ongoing, context current. So I'll go back to you, Madam Director.
So what I would, what I did want to point out, and something that I had not yet, is that the city does not have a code of conduct currently that is on, that's been shelved indefinitely. The ethics committee that had existed prior to 2000 or 2001 was disbanded in 2000 or 2001. I believe it's 2001. And there really is no way to afford public the access to an open government via our records without actually providing those records. Because we don't have the ability to really provide checks and balances otherwise. We don't have that code of conduct. We don't have an ethics committee, and it essentially leaves either lawsuits, which is not desired by the city, certainly, and I don't think that our residents desire it either. And also the State Ethics Committee or Commission, and that's all that remains. I think that when Mayor Nelson ran for this office, he ran under the commitment of open and transparent government. And this and the next item really tries to align with that.
And just to clarify something, as we are well aware, if there's a citizen that wishes to file a complaint, they have options to go to the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office. They have the option to go to the Milwaukee County Corporation Council. They have options to go to the state of Wisconsin. There are plenty of options, and those options have been used and have been tapped. And so that just to clarify that there are plenty of options for a citizen to choose. I'll leave it to that. Alderwoman Eichmann.
Jesse can go first.
Okay, how about, so you don't want, right, I understand he's next to me.
Okay,
He's to
no,
the left.
then I'll be happy
Do you
to.
want
I
the
just-
floor?
Yes, thank you. I would imagine that the League of Municipalities would appreciate and recommend this as well. Have you had any discussion with them?
I have had email discussions as well, and the recommendation by the CEO of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities was for us to follow our ordinances and applicable laws.
Thank you.
And not to make decisions arbitrarily.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I just wanted to remind everyone as well of the citizen comment that we heard earlier with the Franklin resident who couldn't get his hands on these records, and that alone ended up costing, just that one instance alone ended up costing the city $49,000-$50,000. So when it goes into context in here about avoiding lawsuits, we heard firsthand tonight an example of one. That's one of many. Take that 50,000 times how many we've had over the years, just over the, it adds up to be quite a bit. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and with that, I'll yield for now. Thank you.
So City Attorney, then Alderwoman Day, then Alderman Sluice.
With regard to that $50,000 case, I did raise my hand earlier. I don't clearly remember that it was handled by the league insurer, other than it was a situation that went back decades in a code that it protected the identity of a complainant. And that was because when that code was put together back in the 90s, there were numerous retaliations against persons making complaints. And I don't recall any specific position, but it certainly was not the city attorney alone who came up with this or whatever, or demanded that it be done and bring the lawsuit on. And since you mentioned the league, hypothetical was brought up. Same factual scenario at the regular Municipal Attorneys Institute conference call meeting. Hypothetical facts exactly the same. Bottom line, everyone agreed, and that's the large city attorneys, etc., including those who do nothing but open records law for the government. Bottom line was strongly advise your client not to release attorney-client privileged record. So anyway, with regard to this particular item, a resolution to enforce compliance with Wisconsin Public Records Law. There is no incompliance with public records law by utilizing the attorney-client privilege, which attorney-client privilege has been a fundamental principle of the legal system basically forever, including dating back into England, etc. There is a Wisconsin statute that provides for the attorney-client privilege on the action sheet. And so there is no lack of compliance with Wisconsin public records law by utilizing attorney-client privilege. And there is no requirement that attorney-client privilege documents ever be released. So compliance is not an issue. And then particularly legal issues involving conduct of public officials, continued non-disclosure must satisfy the statutory balancing test. Okay, you hear balancing test repeatedly in here. I will cite you some law attorney general opinions on that. And defined custodianship roles. This particular subject on the next item, that's a council item, municipal code, the city clerk is the custodian with regard to council matters. And not contracted legal counsel. The Franklin City Attorney has never come close to even thinking that the city attorney is somehow the custodian of records. The only participation by the city attorney in any open records request is upon request of the city clerk. And that's the way it's always been. With regard to the case-by-case evaluation and what was mentioned earlier on the Linsmeyer, et cetera. Get this out. The Linsmeyer case, Linsmeyer versus Forsey, that involved releasing a report from police investigation of teachers' possible inappropriate interactions with students. Attorney-client privilege, the subject of attorney-client privilege, it's not even mentioned in there. It's totally inapplicable. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel versus City of Milwaukee. It's a record request that involved from the record holder prepayment of fees to be assessed for redacting information, which is not allowed under the statute. In any event, attorney-client privilege was not even mentioned. Has nothing to do with attorney-client privilege. And finally, same with the Hempel versus Baraboo. That was records of internal investigation. And in that case, the court said it outweighed the presumptive public interest in disclosure. Attorney-client privilege is not mentioned therein at all. And then and it gets into the resolution. It's again compliance with the public records law. It's not an issue of compliance with the public records law. And it states that a few times within the resolution. And then it creates, in effect, a policy. Somewhere it mentions policy. I did address this also with the top assistant attorney general, who in effect runs the open government division of the attorney general's department, and totally unaware of anywhere in Wisconsin, never heard of any policy. And privilege is the privilege, et cetera, and whether or not that privilege prevails can be 10 years, 20 years down the line, still firm, period. And on its attorney-client privilege, it's a fundamental principle of the legal system. Also,
1, 2, 3.
well, continue balancing test. Here. Citations from the Attorney General's Public Records Law Compliance Guide. Page 30. Exempt from disclosure by state court decisions. Quote, substantive common law principles construing the right to inspect, copy, or receive copies of records shall remain in effect, close quote. For example, records rendered confidential by the attorney-client privilege. Page 33. Caution. Unlike the other privileges, the attorney-client privilege with Stat Section 905.03 does provide sufficient grounds to deny access without resorting to the balancing test. This is because the attorney-client privilege is, quote, no mere evidentiary rule. It restricts professional conduct, close quote. Page 30, so it's not subject to, you don't apply the balancing test, technically. Page 37. Privacy-related concerns may outweigh the public interest in disclosure if disclosure would threaten both personal privacy and safety, or if other privacy protections have been established by law. Parent, for example, attorney-client privilege, close parent. And then at the bottom of page 37, the statutes, annotations, and case law. Records relating to pending claims under against the state under section 893-82 need not be disclosed under this section. Records of non-pending claims must be disclosed unless an in-camera inspection reveals that the attorney-client privilege would be violated. That's the George versus Record Custodian Court of Appeals case, still valid law. Has been for a couple of decades plus now, going on 3 decades. So those are main issues, and then you get into all these materials provided with regard to the custodian. Does the city attorney control records or decide what is released? No. Never did. And with regard to the citation of the wire data case had nothing to do with the attorney-client privilege. It was just the municipal assessor was an independent contractor, and they were saying the municipal assessor was the custodian of the records, and you can't do that, which is not the issue here. And then that checklist, it's the same scenario. Gets into that balancing test scenario. A memorandum on 1 + 1 is simple things, and the memorandum cites the wire data case too. Memorandum in the council agenda packet at the bottom says confidential, subject to attorney-client privilege. Finally, on page 15 of the guide copies that are in the packet, ongoing requests. Continuing requests are not contemplated by the public records law, et cetera, et cetera. The Attorney General has long interpreted this status as not requiring a record custodian to honor prospective continuing requests for records. So that's in your packet. And finally, obviously, whether the attorney-client privilege records should be released or not, that's up to the common council. And
We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, then.
I assume the council, if there's consideration about releasing, has reviewed the records, has received them. Oh wait, that's the next item.
Alderwoman Day, Alderman Salus, and Alderwoman Eichman.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
one thing, sorry.
Still have the floor.
Well, it's the next item.
May I-
I'll wait till next.
Well, I'd like to go 1,
Okay,
2, 3, and then you, please.
Okay, you're good? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go in a slightly different direction than that. I'm going to have a couple of unpopular opinions out of the gate, so I apologize to my colleagues up here at the dais. A few years ago, when the Code of Conduct, the most recent version, was up for review and was voted through, Granted, most of those people are gone now. Part of the reason for the review and what was in there was due to a circumstance that I had a personal connection to. And I feel that at the time, as a city staff member, that was the only avenue that staff had when they had complaints about elected officials or about their supervisors or directors. I think it is a great injustice that we do not have said thing to formally hold this body accountable. What I will say is I understand that you can go to the county, but let's be fair. We live in Milwaukee County, and that's crap. It's absolute crap. Nobody in Milwaukee County DA's office is going to care 2 cents about any local issue going on in Franklin municipal government. That's crap. It's a cop-out. If you don't like the policy that's there, that's fine. Then work on it, fix it, rewrite it, and then freaking sign it. I don't understand why there are people sitting up here that wouldn't sign it. But I digress. That needs to come back, and I will be working to get that to come back before my term is up. Number 2, I don't understand why we need a resolution to follow city code. City code is city code. We just follow the code. You don't need a resolution to follow the code. It's superfluous. Just do it. If someone's not doing it, then hold them accountable. But you don't need to reaffirm this, because what this does, it makes it appear that we're not following anything, which I think opens us up to a whole hell of a lot more of problems than just saying we're going to follow our current code and hold people, if they're not doing it, accountable. It's ridiculous. We don't need this. Next opinion or question. The documents that are in here, the FAQ document and the decision matrix and checklist, are these new or did these exist somewhere? They're new. And did Kelly, did you write them, or like where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would suggest if they're made common that we're going to use them, they need to be dated, just so we can keep up with that. But my main concern about them is, did you run these by like the League of Municipalities or somebody to make sure that contextually they are legally sound, just to make sure that the language and whatever's in here isn't contradicting anything anywhere? Or I just want to make sure if we're using these as documents for this, that we have, somebody professional with open records law take a look at them.
It's just a draft.
Yeah. Okay, so that's my recommendation on those. And then last question on this one is the memo back here from Lindner and Marsack. How did we come about bringing them into the fold? Is there a reason that this particular firm was chosen over, say, just going through our own like League of Municipalities, just kind of trying to figure out what the purpose was behind them, and if there's any more to, it's just a short one page. I don't know if there's any more to their comments. If they, I guess this is for the next item, but I guess how did we come to find this group, and why rely on them for their expertise over, say, the league?
Do you want me to respond?
Yes.
It doesn't matter if
Okay.
you want to just, let everyone else go, and I don't care.
Well, I'd rather
Yeah.
just go one down the line, and so we can keep this moving.
So Lindner Marsack is our employment law attorney firm that we're using. And the letter of legal opinion from attorney Sally Piefer was requested from a back and forth email between the clerk, myself, the mayor, the city attorney, the two AAGs over at the DOJ, and the CEO of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. And it was a ongoing email back and forth where this kind of actually touches on the point that the city attorney had made, which is compliance is not an issue, and I argue that it is, because the clerk, while she has custodial rights of records over common council and everything that all the boards and commissions that are created or report to common council, the actual legal records, the custodian would fall to the director of administration. And the resistance and the issues that had come from that is what prompted the legal opinion.
So, and I guess this was news to me because, I mean, I've always known them to come from the clerk's office, so I'm not, not saying that you're wrong or this opinion is incorrect. It was just news to me, and I guess the concern is, you know, you're overloaded as is, and this is not a community that is short on open record requests.
Right, right.
To add to it. But the, it makes me nervous that, you know, to lob that on to your duties as well. If I understand that it may be that way, but it, you know, I don't know that that speeds up the process any either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess my feeling is that we have been told that we are in compliance, and while we might be in compliance with some parts of it, that piece is not in compliance. And each of us has, I guess, a records authority over our own records as well. So all of you have that responsibility. And I'm not asking for necessarily a change in anything flowing through the clerk's office, because I think that is where it needs to stay. But before the balancing test or review of legal documents and legal custodian documents related, that does not legally belong with either of them. The city attorney is a contractor, and as such, does not actually play the role of legal custodian of those records.
I agree with that,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
And I guess the other concern is that there has been talks of records that have been left out, and I'm not saying necessarily this group or this body that it's happened over that time, but just historically there has been concerns about release of records, people getting everything that they have requested, and additionally arbitrary decision making. And when you look at the cases that have been released versus the ones that are not being released, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of concerning. So for example, you gave the example of the code of conduct, and you had said that there was an issue that you were involved in personally. Those records were released unbeknownst to the mayor, unbeknownst to me, to you, as well as to the other individual who it involved. There was no notifications, and when the question has been posed, who released those or who approved the release of those, it was special counsel, which actually does not have the right to make any kind of decision to release them. Same with, again, the city attorney does not have the right to make that decision. And that never came before the common council. Now, the item 20 that is coming up is, in my understanding, and I've talked to a number of people that held your position in the past, this is the only item that's ever been brought to Common Council for review of attorney-client privilege and release. So your item did not come before all of you. And there was an incident in August of 2023, and there was a settlement as a result. The same applies to that. Those records were released. Nobody was notified that was involved. There was no approval received, and they were provided to a resident that had requested the records. So, no, I'm not kidding you. So we are talking about a application of the law that really seems to set a one-sided narrative, and with the considering who's supposed to be the legal custodian of records, I just feel like it's a conflict of interest that we have been experiencing this unequal application of the law and release.
And I'm a bit gobsmacked for a second. By that, I had no idea that those were out there. Okay,
Yep.
that's great.
The ink was barely dry when that was released.
Logger put it out on his page.
Yeah.
Logger.
Anyway, I go back to the resolution. I just feel like this is going to cause more problems than it's worth. Because when I think about the resolution that we unanimously adopted about following our own sound ordinances, I think has gotten us a bit off track a little bit with that. And then it becomes like the Bible that everyone like holds up and takes and whatever. So, I mean, I think it is a fair thing to bring up. I think it sets the table for the next agenda item very, very well. I don't know that we need an actual resolution saying we're going to do this.
That's fair.
So far as, you know, we're all put on notice that we need to toe the line.
Right.
And obviously, there are plenty of people here tonight that are holding us accountable to that. To me, I have pause about the actual resolution part, so.
Yeah, I'm actually perfectly fine with that, because essentially what I'm looking for is, again, that statement that there's not a compliance issue. There is a compliance issue, and I had identified it, and I got a lot of pushback on it. And I guess the concern was who has and who currently reviews and makes these determinations before release. And there has been some discrepancy there of how it's supposed to be applied. And like I said, when I had made the assertion that no, this does not belong in the hands of a contractor, whether special counsel or whoever, that was similar to what the city attorney had said tonight. That's the way we have always done it. Well, I hate that response. And I hate that response because it doesn't mean it's always been right. It doesn't mean it's how it should be done. And it doesn't mean that it should not be changed. And it causes a lot of concern for me when I consider who used to be the city clerk in past, and that sort of situation, and billable hours. And I mean, we're talking about a lot of things that you get into a lot of gray, and that is concerning too, especially when we are not being, whenever we are not releasing something that it has been requested. For example, the next item, we're talking about a closed code of conduct issue that found no wrongdoing. However, a settlement agreement and a claim both were released. I just don't understand the thought process behind that. Or like I said, the application either. And again, it's about trying to adhere to the law and transparency as much as possible. Just because, like you had said, there's so much talk out there. And I think that having access to emails and other documents is a way to kind of quell all of the chatter.
Good. Alderman Sluse, then Alderman Eichner.
I just have a few questions before I give a suggestion. First of all, I am a strong advocate of transparency. That's where I came from. My first question, how often do we get open record requests? Like, how many, if you can put that quantity on it, a month?
Well, if I could interject first to Madam Clerk, and I just want to give a round number for now because we will be going into hyper detail next meeting on that, but Madam Clerk, rough.
This past week, I've probably gotten 5 or 6. Sometimes I get 3 to 4 a day. Just depends on what's going on. It's a lot.
It's a lot. And out of these, like throughout, the years, how often do we get an open record request where it involves some kind of confidential information or attorney privilege type of a situation? Is that, rare or that happens quite often?
It depends upon the request. If I have a question, if I am to release something, I've talked to the league, and the league says I should consult the city attorney, which is what I do if it's attorney-client privilege.
And I'm as a newly elected person to the Common Council, how do I know that, when a request comes to the city, that it's being handled professionally without prejudice? It's just basically up to whose judgment that this request be honored and not honored?
Well, I mean, if it's something I can release, I will release it. I treat everybody the same. As they come in, that's the order that I do them in, but it's only a small part of my job.
I see.
I mean, especially around election time.
The other point I would like to maybe need a clarification on. We do have a city attorney. It's like the council, legal counsel to represent us. But at the same time, he is the legal counsel for the city, for all of us. A perfect example, we want to buy a property, we want to put an offer, he help us put an offer, and that should remain confidential until the property, get closed and stuff like that. But in some other area, there's a lot of a gray ground, and it's very, very difficult to, he is like protecting the privacy of who, it's just we need some clarification on that. And having said all of that, I'm looking at all of us as one body. And if there's an issue affect the city, that he'll become the legal counsel for the city, not for any one of us individually. That's affecting the whole city. And as long as it is that, this is what I suggest, and hopefully someone would correct me. I do, second what Alderman Day said, that we do have an ordinance in place. We have something in place. All we need a policy to help us implement. And just a suggestion, what about if we say like this, like a open record request get handled, no question asked. Maybe once a month, like maybe you or the city clerk can give a report. Okay, in fact, we got 50 requests and we handle them. Done deal. But if a request comes and there was a question about it, this might involve some confidentiality issues. I think the ones who decide that if this is going to be handled that way should be this body, with the help of the city attorney, to discuss the issue and decide if this issue should be, handled in a confidential manner. And when the issue is done, maybe the same body, this body that who initially decided on it, this body should release it, and now it's become a public record. I'm looking for moving forward. I'm not looking in the past. I don't really know what happened in the past. I'm looking moving forward to make sure that we have a clear policy to help us implement the ordinance without doing, without, treating anyone with a prejudice or unfairly. So I think that's the end of my discussion. I yield.
Okay, Alderwoman Eichman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to start with, as far as the code of conduct, having the most seniority up here as an alder, I would venture to say that 4 out of 6 of us up here don't even know what the code of conduct was. Alderwoman Day, of course, was in her position, the head of the health department, when that went into place. The code of conduct, long story short, was a 2-page document that every person within the city who serves on boards and commissions, so volunteers that are residents within the city of Franklin, were asked to sign and were held to the same standards as alders as far as residents who are volunteers, which we have dozens and dozens within the city that serve on boards and commissions, had to watch their P's and Q's, anything they put on Facebook. They had to watch how they acted in public. They had to maintain certain vocabulary being used while sitting on boards and commissions. It was basically like a rule book of laws that the volunteer boards and commission residents had to follow. Didn't go over real well. We lost people on boards and commissions because they didn't like to be being told what they could say and what they couldn't say on Facebook. They didn't like being controlled as a volunteer giving back to the city, serving on boards and commissions.
Mr. City Attorney's got to chime in on something right now. Can you turn his mic on?
Code of conduct is not the subject matter on the agenda.
The code of conduct is being discussed, and it is the subject matter, as it's on page 268 under current context, that the code of conduct has been in a moratorium. So therefore, I can bring it up, and I do have a point if I'm allowed to finish with that being said.
Subject matter is to have a policy to waive attorney-client privileged records.
Then why was Alderwoman
Okay.
Day allowed to
All
bring
right,
up the
your
code of
choice.
conduct and talk about it? Why am I not allowed?
I gave you my advice.
I
You
appreciate.
decide.
Alderwoman, continue, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to give a background story for those up here that may be confused as to what the code of conduct was or had never heard of it before. So as mentioned in here, it is in a moratorium. And not everyone, I was told by 2 particular strong individuals at the time within this community that I did not have to sign it. And I would be happy to throw those names out there. One is sitting in the room right now. Also, I was told it did not hold up in a court of law, the code of conduct. But that's a whole nother story that we won't get into. The code of conduct didn't mean a whole lot. Anyway, getting back into this, as an alder, being in my 4th year, it is very confusing as to what records get released and what records don't get released. All of a sudden, next thing I'm looking at Facebook and I'm seeing all of these personal records that were released to a blogger, but not to council. Is that right? Sit back and ask yourself, is that right? We owe our residents within this community uniformity in transparency. We have not had uniformity in being transparent in the time that I've been serving as an alder. It's dependent upon who the individual is, what the subject matter is, whether we like that person, whether we don't like that resident or not. I can go on and on and on. We need to be transparent. We owe this to our residents. Why would they not be owed that? That's something that I want everyone to really sit back and think. Why don't we want to be honest to our residents? Why don't we want to be transparent to our residents? Why don't we owe that to our residents? They're all tax-paying, hardworking residents that it's the minimum that we can give them. What do we have that we should be hiding that our residents can't see? Because if we do, that's a big concern. Once a case is closed and it's no longer considered client-attorney privilege,
It is still.
it is still.
I said that earlier. Top Attorney
Then
General. 10
why-
years, 20 years, 30 years, still firm. I said that earlier.
Then why was the case with the former planning manager released? That didn't come to council to be released. Next thing you know, I'm reading all the details on Facebook. Stuff me as an alderwoman didn't even know. Why was the case released with somebody who's sitting up here now as an alder and at the time was in a different position with a former alder? That was released. neither party, to my knowledge, were asked if that, or told in advance that that was being released. And
Or an opportunity to prevent that.
right. So why? Why does it matter? Why is there no uniformity?
Mr. City Attorney, would you like to,
I don't know
You were
anything
on.
about those releases. Was it somehow attorney-client privileged records that were being released?
With Lori Miller.
Can't hear you, ma'am.
It was records that were between special counsel, counsel, and I'm saying counsel, attorney counsel, and individuals that were impacted. And actually, you're telling me that you don't know anything about that, but you told me and the mayor, when we had asked about it, that it was released by special counsel or the labor attorney. So
Remember that, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. I don't recall it right now, but some third-party attorney did some release.
And according to everything that I had read, that's actually not okay. No third-party attorney should be doing that. You should not be determining the release of records, let alone a third-party individual.
Don't recall, I determined it. I thought the third-party.
No, my point is that if you're not allowed to determine the release of records, certainly a third-party attorney should not be allowed.
Yep, I don't have a recollection of that.
Alderwoman, you still have the floor.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Mayor. I feel that we're giving special favors by releasing some of the records and not all.
That's my biggest issue with all of this, is
That
that
worry-
it's not being applied
And
consistently.
our job is also to prevent lawsuits. Why should our taxpayers have to pay more in taxes because the city's not releasing records, therefore we get sued?
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot more to say, but I'll yield for now.
Alderman Craig, and then back to Alderwoman Lake. Get a snack.
Thank you. I am going to agree to disagree with Alderwoman Day on a couple of points. I agree that the idea of the resolution when we have codes within the city is unnecessary, and I completely agree with the idea that when we passed the item March of last year about the sound, and that has not held up. That is a leaky bucket at best. And so, someone can claim ignorance on codes. That's a fair argument, but when you take time to write up an action sheet and say, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it, there's no ignorance that can be claimed at that point. I am going to disagree, however, as far as the idea of that there, with corporate counsel or the ethics board, that nothing happens. I've been investigated twice for frivolous items. Found no wrongdoing both times. So, when investigators from corporate counsel show up on your doorstep, cool, man. I can take it because I know I haven't done anything wrong. So I welcome that sort of scrutiny on myself. I do have a question in terms of, one thing I preach to my kids is words have meaning. And the item of where I've circled and highlighted on my action sheet is closed matters. What constitutes a true closed matter, and if there is an item where someone has a revolving door of legal action, citizen says, property taxes are unconstitutional, and they file suit every single year. Well, the 2022 case is closed, but we know that they're going to come around again in 2023, and they want to see what were our legal defense that we were putting together. Is that going to be something that needs to be released because it's a closed matter, or how is that defined in that space?
Technically, that would be one of those items that would come before this body and you would determine if those records would be released or not. That is not how this has been handled, though. I mean, this is not here for just to have fun and write council action sheets, because I don't find them very fun to do. This is because this has been a longstanding issue in our community, a longstanding issue. I have personal experience where records that I know existed have been withheld. I know that I'm not alone. I know that there are many people that have put in open records requests that they've been told, you know, these records don't exist, or gotten back something that does not include the records that they requested. There's a lot of denials on closed items. And the next item that we're talking about, there was no actual legal action from that. There was no review like that. And it resulted in no wrongdoing. So I guess I'm trying to understand why there's this wonky application to everything.
But to kind of reverse that, then, if that citizen who says property taxes are unconstitutional and files suit, and we deny them for 2021, wouldn't they also look at that and say, I'm being treated differently than anyone else that's come before me because they had their records released and not me? Wouldn't that also be, you know, where there's, as Alderwoman Eichmann has said, an imbalance as far as the application of this, where whoever is in the seat of making that open records request, if it's not fulfilled, they will always view themselves as being unfairly treated and denied for something that's not fair for them, but not for person X, Y, or Z. And that's just, I mean, that's always going to be the case, regardless of if the item meets the other criteria in the little spreadsheet that we have in there of, like, you know what, this actually has like a HIPAA issue that's involved with here, so we can't exactly release that. Nope, you didn't give it to me, but you gave it to so-and-so, and that's not fair. And that will always be the case regardless, in my opinion.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, clerk, but aren't you required to put in reasons for denial?
Yes.
So that would go in there.
But if it's like I said, if it's putting together the legal defense, well, this is attorney-client privilege over here. This one was also attorney-client privilege, but that got released. I see that where it is, I don't know if it's a truly tenable position long-term, because it would be something where, once again, you gave it to so-and-so, but not me. You gave it to them, but not me. Why am I the special case that I don't get my records, even though you've claimed attorney-client privilege for my items? You did it for them before, you did it for this one before, but now they got their records and I didn't.
Right, well,
Madam Clerk would like to chime in on this, please.
No, just a lot of this had happened before I was in my position, so I don't want people out there
right.
that if I have something that I have to release, I'm going to release it. Out of all the times and the hundreds and hundreds of open records requests, I think there's twice that I have not released something. One was attorney-client privilege and one was the balancing test. Okay? Other than that, I release. If I have something to release, I'm going to release it because I'm not going to jail for anybody. I'm going to release. I'm sorry, it sounds.
It'd be the first in the state's history, but okay.
Right.
But I mean, if I have something that comes on the search, I'm going to release it. If I have a question, if I can't release it, I've talked to the league, and the league always tells me to go back to the city attorney and ask his opinion. So with the Lori Miller thing, that was special counsel. I don't know if I can say the attorney's name.
It's already out there.
But he also did contact, because I did see a letter that went to Lori Miller about releasing it, that you have 10 days to get back. So if I have
Did you get that letter?
I release it.
Hold on.
To the
So
council.
Alderman Craig still has the floor. Please bring it home, then we'll go to city attorney.
So if that's, I like that you gave us that context of that you've only had 2 instances where you've had to withhold. So that kind of speaks to Alderwoman Day's point of, is this truly necessary? And you're fulfilling your duties as you should, and I've seen it firsthand regarding, other clerk duties, which, thank you so much. Excuse me. But then, if you're already doing that, then I question then the need for any sort of action at this time. Like, if that's the case, if this becomes a problematic down the road, I could see you bringing this back to have a discussion and action later on. But right now, you're fulfilling the duties as required.
Okay, Mr.
She is in her role, but somebody is making the determination on legal records, and that is not according to state statute in our ordinance, which is identical to the state statute, is not happening. And that's, I guess, my point, is that somebody else is making the determination on those records that fall under legal, which then falls under me, or my records as a whole.
You still got the floor?
I'm good.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, then Alderwoman Eichman, then Alderman Peccarelli. He hit his button.
What do you mean? What do you mean by legal records? They're all records. What do legal records mean?
How are they defined in the Department of Justice Guide?
What are
Legal custodian of records. You are a contractor, so as such, you do not have the right over determining what of your records are released or not, correct?
I don't make that determination. Said that already. What do you mean by legal records?
I was referring to legal custodian. My apologies.
So a legal record is not actually the record, it's some record held by the custodian.
Yes. My apologies.
And with regard to these comments about issues and, there have been problems, and this is, I do not recall any issue. There was a case mentioned at citizen comment period, but open records, substantial amounts of time by city staff, et cetera, through the years, I do not recall any complaints, issues, or anything with regard to that. What was not done properly before you were here with regard to responding to open records requests?
Well, I happen to know that there were many records that predate the clerk and myself. Yes, that predate both of us. This is not something that's occurring that we can control, is I guess how I want to put that. There were many times that records were withheld. There were many times that 2 years had gone by and records were still unfulfilled, or that records were sanitized,
Say that again, madam.
or where it appeared that records were sanitized.
What does sanitized mean?
I guess you're removing the ones that you don't want out.
I totally deny that to 100% of my knowledge, ever participating in any open record request for the city of Franklin. And the clerk's been here since what, 2013?
Yeah, somewhere, 12,
Okay.
9.
Have you dealt with the open records requests in your capacity as deputy clerk?
Not as much, no.
But you did.
I did, well, I knew
Careful.
they were coming in and that, but I didn't do the research or anything like that when the prior 2 clerks were here.
Okay.
I didn't do that.
Well, I simply do not recall any failure to comply with responding to open records requests, and do not believe that anything was done in some not according to the law fashion, hiding records, etc. Zero information on that.
Yeah,
Okay. So, you're good. Alderwoman Eichmann, you're back, and then Alderman Pecorelli.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention, kind of piggybacking off of what Alderman Craig had said before, we may be Milwaukee County, but the DA's office and Milwaukee Corp Council do care. They do get back to people, trust me. I've had a lot of firsthand experience directly with the DA's office and Milwaukee Corp Council. So we're not just little city of Franklin and a big municipality of Milwaukee in their eyes. They are very active. They do get back to us. They do care. They care very much so. I can speak for a long time on that. So I just don't want that getting back to the district attorney's office or Milwaukee Corp Council that there were derogatory comments made about them at the Franklin City Common Council meeting, because I have huge respect for each area. I also wanted to state, as we're combining both G20 and G19 and G20 in several of our comments, if the names were different in G20, would that be different up here? Would we not be having these problems and these records would be released 1, 2, 3? Or is it because of the names that are listed in G20? Is that the concern? Because everyone should be treated fair and equal. With that, I will yield.
Mr. Pecorelli.
So I do agree that first, very, very pro transparency in government. Second, I do agree that do we need it worded the way it is? I don't agree with the wording of this. I don't think it's actually getting to what we're trying to address. And I guess one of the questions I have in all this and listening to all this is part of the issue when a request comes in, let's say a request comes in and it clears everything and so it just goes out, right? That's like the basic situation. Then you have the situations that something comes in and, okay, I have to check to see, can I release this? The way I'm reading all of this, is that supposed to actually, are those the scenarios that then should be coming to, are there scenarios that then should be coming to council to discuss, to determine, is that something where we're going to release or not? Because it sounds like the way this works, unless I'm missing something, is you're reaching out to the city attorney to get an answer to that.
if I think it's,
Yeah.
goes on the line of attorney-client privilege.
Yep.
Okay, I've talked to the league, and I run it by them what I have, and they'll tell me, well, it's attorney-client privilege, but check with your city attorney first,
Okay.
which is then what I do.
So then, if it's, and I think part of the discussion maybe on this is, the council up here isn't privy to those discussions.
Correct.
Those situations.
Mhm.
So is the ask here that the council is going to be reviewing those situations? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out, what are we trying to address here? And how do we do this in an impartial manner to make sure it's impartial, continuing going forward?
Yeah.
So is that the ask?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, what has been occurring is that somebody is making the decision to withhold certain records and release certain records, or has. And when I gave those 3 examples of the varying records that have been released and the ones that came, and the only one that came in front of this body, it does not make any sense whatsoever. And these items, none of them were actually directed to me as the legal custodian.
Yeah, I think it's the part that's challenging in all of this is if as a council, we don't see any of this, it makes it really hard to make a determination
Right.
on how things should be proceeding. I think that that makes this very difficult. I just, I don't think we're in a spot where we should be adopting the way this is written.
Yeah, I think it would be more of a directive issued by the council to follow state statute and our ordinances. Because there have been cases, the two that I had just mentioned, that were released without the approval of the record holders
I guess that,
and council.
but that's my question then is, if they didn't come to council, how do we correct that? Like,
We'd have to start bringing it to council or.
this in, what does that do? Like,
Teeth, accountability.
Yeah, I'm fine with no resolution. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that the problem here is that when we're withholding records and a case is closed and there's no wrongdoing found, and yet other records of more concerning matters are released without any conversation, it's very inconsistent and it's very concerning, and it does add to the chatter out in social media and in this community because it's very one-sided, and that is extremely concerning. And it really does point to somebody is making that decision and it's not being applied consistently across the board from one attorney-client privileged item to another. And yes, I would agree. I think every case-by-case basis, they come here for the council to determine how they want to handle it, because you are the client and you can waive that privilege. However, only this one situation in 2+ decades that I'm aware of has ever been brought to the council, the body of the council. And that has created a lot of problems.
yeah, and my point on this is what do we need to do to ensure that, if that's what the ask is, to ensure that continues? I don't think the way this is worded
Yeah.
does that, or I think that the way it's worded might open up some other items too. So after listening to the discussion, so I'll yield.
Mr. City Attorney?
With regard to bringing these questions to considerations to the Common Council, state statutes, the state law say that the record custodian makes determination on the release.
Correct, which would have been me in at least the next item when it was brought thereafter. And you have documentation, emails upon emails, and conversations where the mayor and I have said, it's done and over with, release it.
The next item, attorney-client privileged. Client, which is the council, has to determine to release that, and
You're going back, you're contradicting yourself. You just said the legal custodian determines that
not
if it comes.
attorney-client privilege release, that's under the law. It's in the statutes.
Why is this the only one that has come to the Common Council for review?
How many attorney-client privilege records have been released in the history of the city?
I know of at least 2.
Or what?
For a settlement agreement and a claim.
Is that what you were talking about by third-party counsel previously?
Yes, I also have a situation where last year we were reviewing a closed matter in closed session, and somebody had requested documentation that was shared in closed session and demanded to have those records. And this was a ongoing negotiation, which is why it was enclosed. And I understand that you're saying that attorney-client privilege has never in the history of the city been released. However, I'm telling you two situations. And the third, which was kind of concerning, and this is another item where the mayor, the city clerk, myself, the assistant city attorney, and others had weighed in. There was a closed session item that was discussed, and the records were requested. The item was not a done issue, and you were advocating to release those records, whereas the rest of us, including Attorney Sadak, was advocating to keep them as attorney-client privilege and not waive that privilege because of the negotiations that were ongoing.
I don't recall the details on that one, but, so the council decided,
The council did not decide.
but they were released? No. right?
Yes, no, they were not released.
Okay.
And based upon Attorney Sadek's recommendation to hold them.
Depends on what the thoughts are. And so it was a discussion. What does that have to do with anything? They weren't released. Oh, I know.
It's the, yeah, it's that
You gotta move this
All right,
forward.
and with regard
they're
to,
arbitrary decisions that are being made. And actually, when you're doing that, per Matt Becker, the CEO of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, when you are doing that, it's an arbitrary decision. You're being inconsistent, and that, more than anything, opens us up for litigation.
never, ever have attempted to do anything arbitrarily for one person or another. And with regard to mention of names earlier, I've said forever, it is not about who, it is about what.
Well, saying and
There's
doing are
no
different.
inconsistency in the practice through the years.
All right.
None.
Are you yielding, sir? Okay, so what I like to do to close this and wrap it up is I understand, I've listened to everybody. We've had a good debate on this. There's been some clarity, there's been a little confusion and a little bit in the middle. And I believe that this motion brought forth by Madam Director of Administration is to bring clarity, give direction, and reiterate what we already have on the books and as far as guidance. To me, by dissecting this even more than it is, all we're doing is we're restating and putting it in a general resolution what it is. And I think it makes perfect sense. Is it going to be I mean, it makes sense why it's in here. It's been argued as to why it makes sense and the direction. You all have an opportunity to vote yes or no on this. I think it makes sense. And with that, I'll be looking to entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
Another question.
Yes, Alderman.
This client, attorney-client privilege, is it legal to release those records if it was client? I understood Jesse saying that didn't happen before. Can you answer that question one more time?
Jesse or me?
Jesse.
Jesse.
I don't have a recollection of attorney-client privilege records being released.
So,
But the decision is up to the client. And all this talk about, I said earlier, this balancing test, et cetera, I read the Attorney General opinions.
so is it legal to vote on this as yes, or is it not legal?
It's up to you. I gave you the reasons. You know, it talks about enforced compliance with public records law. That's not what this is. Attorney-client privilege is what it is, and aren't by applying the attorney-client privilege and not deciding to not release. There's nothing in contrary to the Wisconsin Public Records Law at all.
So it can be released.
It's up to you if you want to release it. I did say earlier, I hope everybody has reviewed the documents, because you would want to have a reason to release just in terms of common rationality, decision-making basis.
Well, the reason is, to really be compliant with transparency. Because we want to be aligned with transparency. We want to be transparent. We want to be fair.
And I read to you all the exemptions because attorney-client privilege is fundamental principle of legal proceedings, protects the confidentiality of communications between a lawyer and the lawyer's client, et cetera, et cetera. It's been there for hundreds of years, essentially.
Okay, let's make the motion.
So are you making the motion, sir?
I can make the motion to approve this resolution.
Okay, we've got a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli?
No.
Alderwoman Eichman?
Aye.
Alderman Hassan?
Aye.
Alderwoman Day?
No.
Alderman Salus?
Abstain.
Alderman Craig?
No.
So we've got 3 noes, 2 yeses, and 1 abstention. Motion fails. Moving forward, G20. Resolution to waive attorney-client privilege and authorize release of records withheld in response to a July 2023 open records request. Madam Director of Administration, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I think, when you look at the 22 records that the city attorney provided to 4 of the 6 members that are on council tonight, because they were council members last year, July 2nd, closed session, when you review those, over half of them is provided, it's documentation provided by the complainant, and the other, there's a substantial amount of redundancy within the records. There's I think 114 pages.
You're saying what content is.
I'm saying that over half of these records deemed attorney-client privilege are from the complainant themselves. They're not attorney records. They're not client records. They are from that person. And there are a significant amount of items that are repeated, and there are ultimately a few emails that haven't actually been provided within that 114-page document. Everything else has been provided to this person. And I defer to the council, the 4 that have read those documents. There was no reason to withhold them, and certainly in light of the situation where the people that had the code of conduct complaint against them, they were absolved of all complaints and wrongdoing. They were clearly, it was clear indication that from the investigating officer that there was no wrongdoing. So I guess the fact that we continue to deny it is very concerning to me, especially in light of releasing serious complaints and settlements and the desire to release existing and ongoing negotiations. I really want to push for transparency and equitability.
Before we go to Alderwoman Day and then Mr. City Attorney, so just to keep some other things in a reality and perspective, when those people that are out there looking to gather my records, and I had nothing, there were the things that were investigated, cleared, no violation of policy, procedure, rule, or regulation. However, I had an attorney at the time, a union attorney, and once it was done, everything gets released. So everything gets released, period. I have 7 copies at home of this boilerplate stuff where it's the balancing test. Even though it's unsustained, it's a complaint, it grabs a headline and it goes. And me personally, everything's been released, even though I had an attorney, didn't matter, it's closed. It's closed, it's open to the public, here you go. And there's no difference here. There's none. This is a done issue, this is an email issue, and this attorney-client privilege for what? It is absolutely done. This entire incident is over. Nothing should be withheld. I personally, Madam Director of Administration, have stated in emails, release everything now, release everything now. We've had meetings, and I've said there, on record, release everything now. Well, actually, the side meetings with the city attorney and the gentleman and the clerk, and it's like, release it. I can't get more emphatic when I'm telling you to release it, based on my personal experiences, which are in accordance with the law and this balancing test. Release it. It's closed. Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. So, as I said earlier on another agenda item, I've been involved in municipal government for the better part of 15 years, given various roles. Have dealt with open record requests in many capacities with things, as working in the health department, with things that could not be released for confidential reasons, up to the things we discussed before where I had a personnel issue and things were released. So I've seen all gambits of this. I guess my first question when we're talking about this item right now, the last time it was before this body was in 2023. 4 of us had the records at that time. We do not have them now. That item was in closed session. A point of clarification, how much can we actually talk about the content of those items, as it was a closed session item then? My understanding is we really shouldn't be talking about the content of them at all in this capacity. I understand why this issue is being held right now, so people can watch, people can sit in. The person whose records these are for can sit and listen to the discussion. I firmly believe that was the right call to make. However, what it did do then was prevent all of us from reviewing those documents again. Now, I know some people up here have seen them multiple times. I've only seen them once, and it was 2 years ago. Some people haven't seen them at all. And I don't think I have a problem with them going out the door, but because of what this is, I don't feel comfortable not looking at them one more time before saying yes. So I'm going to throw something at the wall, see if it sticks. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. That's fine. But I would like to table till the next meeting so that the council has the ability to look at them one last time and just make sure, and then let them go. I firmly believe, I think they will go, and you can hold me to that. But at this point, I'm not comfortable with how this is all like bubbled up and making this kind of insurmountable mountain out of a molehill kind of thing. That if this is kind of the precedent we're setting, I don't want to say yes without actually having the documents in front of me. So it's not a no, I just want to see them first. So I'm going to throw this up. It's probably going to die in 5 seconds, but I like to make a motion to table for 2 weeks until we can have the records in front of us and the council can review them and make a determination at that time.
Before there's a second and further discussion, I've got a question for you, Alderwoman. So let's say there's these 22 emails, and these 22 emails are regarding an incident and a situation that's already concluded. Now what?
Well,
regardless of what you read, regardless of what these 22 emails say, the emails are done. It's not a personnel file. The emails are done. The incident's done. No matter what these emails say, what would be the withholding? I'm just going to ask you that.
I'm not asking that I'm not stating that anything is withheld or there's anything nefarious going on. And I don't care who made the request to have the records. The name on this doesn't mean anything to me. I'm saying this is in front of this body because this is a some special circumstance that at some point attorney-client privilege got slapped on these records. Whether that should have been put there or not, I don't know, but it was. That predates me. I came into this already in motion. So these, for whatever reason, this set of records was slapped with that label. That label puts it down this train that the only way they apparently can be released because of that designation is with a council review. And it was almost 2 years ago. I know the general context of them. I would just, for my own comfort level, I'm speaking as one of 6. I would just like to see them again before I vote yes. It's not to say that I would withhold them. I just want to read them one more time. I think it's, like I said, I understand if they had been here, this would have had to be a closed session, and then no one would hear this conversation, and I think that's more detrimental than waiting 2 weeks to allow the council a chance to have eyes on them again and then make that informed vote.
May I also just add in that there were documents within all of the records, so not necessarily the attorney-client privilege records, but all of the records, because there were a substantial amount of records. And what was withheld and identified was 22 or 26, I don't know, 22 to 26 client attorney privilege records. And within some of those documents, I came across a document where the client attorney privilege had been waived already. So I guess, I'm really confused at how this case continues to be an issue. And when we've talked about time spent by staff, this is one of those things where I feel like had we just released the records and moved on with our lives, we wouldn't have spent so much time.
Well, 100%, but I'm saying we just had a very lengthy discussion about following the process, and this is the process. So I feel like we're already not following the process by not having the documents for the body to review at the time that they make the decision.
Right, and I did not want to put those, right,
I said,
for valid reason, I did not want to put that in there, right, exactly. And I'm not arguing that you shouldn't have the documents, I'm not arguing for or against that. What I am saying, though, is that within all of those documents, there is a document from the former clerk that waives privilege. So I guess that also, and I saw that today, which is why I'm bringing it up right now, but I guess that also brings up the question, are they really protected anymore if that privilege was already waived?
Did the clerk have the ability to waive that? I don't know. Like I said, to me, we're already not doing what we said we were going to do 5 minutes ago. And like I said, I'm one voice of 6, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't vote to release them, but the way that this has all been set in motion this evening, if everything is in front of me now, I feel like I have to vote no. But that's not to say if I had the records, I wouldn't vote yes. I probably would. I don't think there's a reason for us to hold them, but I don't know that for sure because it's over 2 years ago and I haven't looked at them. I've got somebody on my right saying you shouldn't do it ever. I've got everybody else saying they're not really client. So I think it's a prudent thing for us to be able to look at them again. I don't think it's gonna matter in the end.
So, Madam Director of Administration, a comment, Alderman Salus and Alderman Eichman.
It's just a comment to what you had said, which is we never release them and then release this one. That's the biggest problem. I think if we never released any attorney-client privilege documents, say your incident and the settlement, among other whatever may have been released, it wouldn't, I think, draw such a concern and issue of why certain things have been released and certain things that really do appear benign have not. And now we're still dealing with this issue well over 2 years later.
Alderman Salus.
Just like, these records that being presented here to be released, I never seen them. I have no idea what this all about. And my other question, is there any other records out there very much on the same category? Why these the ones that has been chosen to be released? Why that? I have been since the very beginning of this discussion. I'm crying or begging for consistent policy, how to handle the issues from day number one, how to process, you know, the confidential issues. I believe everything has to come by the council. Once again, you know, I'm looking for policy rather than just dwelling on the past. So that's basically, and I asked for that in the previous, you know, when I spoke earlier. Is there a policy out there? I'm willing to, you know, to move forward with this one as long as there is a policy moving forward. And, you know, back to what, you know, Alderwoman Day said, I like to see what's that all about.
Yeah, there's state statutes and there's city ordinance that is a duplicate of the state statute that dictates how these should be handled. My point with the last item is that the legal custodian is not being provided the opportunity to say if something should or shouldn't be released before it has any sort of additional people weighing in. And with regards to any kind of additional policies, I don't know that we need them. I think that I think it was Alderwoman Day's response. One of the three of you had said to just hold people accountable. It's really difficult, as you know, as being a former health officer, to hold people accountable. It is really difficult, especially when you don't have very many options of where to take things. And if you're not being heard, you're being ignored, you're being fought on things, let's say in multiple emails about open records in the process, that makes it so much harder. I would love to adopt following it per our ordinance, and that was my point, is we're not doing that. And I think that what we should be doing is, to your point, bringing in anything that is deemed attorney-client privilege and allowing all of you to determine if there's the release. What has rubbed me the wrong way is that it has not been consistent. And the information that has been released, it keeps stacking up on one side. And I don't think that that's all right.
Still before? Mr. Wessolowski?
What is the stacking up? What's being released? You're saying attorney-client privilege records are being released and it's stacking up on what side? What are the facts on that?
There are facts. The issue concerning the elder woman, that was released. And supposedly, nobody knows who released it. And that's a concern.
It was attorney-client privilege record.
Right.
It was released.
It was released. It was released. Same with that settlement. It was released. Nobody was provided notice. We're all active, current officials, and nobody was provided the notice. Nobody was given an opportunity to say, hey, I'm concerned about this. It wasn't brought in front of the council. Well, when we asked you, you said special counsel.
Okay, so we're all back on that same thing. All right, any other time that happened?
I have no idea.
Or is this one issue with special counsel?
No, two issues actually, and they've happened within the last 2 years. The releases, so you've had a history of never releasing attorney-client privilege information for 35 years, and you have two separate items that are released, and those are attorney-client privilege. And it's a mystery of who released it, yet it was released, it was provided to bloggers, and then you have this issue of this resident that is asking for all of his records, and it has been consistently no. And I saying, like, there are so many differences between the request of the information that was released without coming to council, without review by proper people that are supposed to be reviewing it, and that is very concerning.
Well, that's out of thousands and thousands and thousands, and apparently it was some special counsel. And with regard to your comment earlier about attorney-client privilege, oh, there's other things in there, third-party emails or whatever. Whatever is part of the communication with regard to between the attorney and the client, that can be more than simply words being stated by the client or the attorney, and that's why things akin to that would be in there. And just with regard to this item, it states a July 2023 open records request. The open records request was November 21, 2022. The then City Clerk Castenson responded to that and responded with the records and stated there some were not being released because of attorney-client privilege, and stated the law thereon. And that was done on December 2nd, 2022. And there were 26 records, not 22. The subject matter.
You have indicated that 22 records were attorney-client privilege, so I guess my question would be, where are the 4 that makes up the discrepancy? Because fairly certain last July, the number that we went to was 22.
26 records, and July 2nd, 2024, not 2023, is when the council reviewed the subject matter, so. All right.
Thank you. In all this chaos, Alderwoman Eichman. And then Alderman, yes, you have been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm glad because we had our council
All right.
talking.
I have several things here. Well, I have the floor. As far as these 22 records, were they not included in our packet because they couldn't be? Okay. So I did read them, of course. I probably have them at home, and I've been in my basement of all my former common council packets. However, although I fully support this, I fully support releasing them because my eyes have seen them in the past. Like Alderwoman Day, however, it was a couple years ago. I mean, just the amount of paperwork that we get as an alder a month, much alone, remembering everything that we read 2 years ago is difficult to read. While I fully support it, again, I will state, I do support releasing this. I believe in transparency. And clearly, we need some direction up here as a council altogether with matters of the such. We've waited 2, now we're hearing 3 years. I would rather wait another 2 weeks and table it than have this fail. Anyone who has contacted us, those have emailed me, called me, until you're sitting up here in our seat is our position, you don't have no clue what it's like to be an elected official and to vote on, exactly, and to vote on something and to ask some of my fellow alders that are newer up here to vote on something that their eyes have never seen. Is that right? I question that. Well, I fully support it at the same time. And why I'm not opposed, if there is a way for those 22 records to be seen, is because I feel, and I hope that my colleagues, once they see them, they're going to see there's not much to see here, and it passes, it's a done deal, and the records are released. So to ask, 4 people to vote on something, would you feel comfortable putting your name on something legally? This is legal when we vote. It's on record that you've never seen or read. you know.
Respond to that?
No.
Oh.
You still have the floor.
Point of order.
Looking at me, I was.
No, I'm just saying in general. I'm not looking, Mayor, point of order. Thank you. So with that being said, tabling it in 2 weeks, can we then see those records? Can we see them not put in the packet? Does it need to then go into close? How would that be done? Is that, I don't know if that's a question more for Jesse or more for Kelly.
They can be put into your mailboxes or provided to you directly or in a confidential
Confidential.
envelope.
And to be treated as such as like a closed session matter, just so everyone's aware. I would much rather wait another 2 weeks. It's been
So
this long.
she's got a
and
first.
have
Do you want to
fail.
second it? The motion? There's a motion.
I support releasing them tonight, but I don't want it to fail, so I will make the second.
Okay, we've got a first and a second. Further discussion?
I have a question.
Okay, we have Mr. Pecorelli first, then Alderman.
okay.
I'm just gonna say, I was gonna second, just because I'm one of the two up here that hasn't seen any of this. I joined right after, apparently that occurred. So, it's to be honest, I'd probably have to abstain, because I can't make a judgment on something I've never seen, right? So, and I am again, I'm very pro transparency here. I just want to make sure that it is, if we're the ones that making the decision that it's going to, we're going to waive attorney-client privilege, right? That's essentially what we're saying. That I just want to make sure that I've been able to, for me to make that vote, to your point, I want to make sure that I understand what I'm voting on, so.
Okay,
I waive, I'm done.
Alderman Hassan?
Yes, I thought I heard Kelly saying in her statement that the former clerk marked these records as being waived.
There was a document where it basically said that client-attorney privilege is waived.
So if the attorney-client privilege has been waived, then that record can be released.
Madam Clerk, you've got the floor. Speak into the mic, please.
The attorney-client privilege was waived on some of the documents, not on all of them.
So
Because the requester did receive some of the documents that were not deemed attorney-client privilege.
It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense because you said attorney-client privilege records were released.
2%, there were some of them that were deemed attorney-client privilege. So out of the bulk of the documents, some were released and then some were kept back because they were attorney-client privilege. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that then there would be this statement of attorney-client privilege waived on documents that would have already been released anyway under non-attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in all of that.
I know, none of us were.
Some of them were released and then some of them were held back because they were considered attorney-client.
And thank you for reminding me about that. Of this situation and everybody here, there are two people that were here during that time, the mayor and the city attorney, and that is it. From all of the people that have dealt with this or processed the requests or what have you. I mean, the clerk has changed, obviously the director has changed, as has the mayor. So it just seems unnecessary, I guess, to withhold, and it's also extremely confusing when you have a privilege waived.
Yeah,
I will.
You still, hold on, Alderman, you still have the floor.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be, you got it.
That really leads
Michelle's
to
not
the
sorry.
next question is, what is the exact harm from, keeping these records? What are we what is, why we cannot release those records?
You guys can hear the city attorney. 'Cause me, I already said
City
release
attorney,
them. I yelled from the rooftops to
I'm
release
I'm
them.
really asking because.
I'd
I
been
don't
home
know.
already if we released them. So,
Because we are all about transparency, integrity, and democracy, and why
We're trying to be.
why is this being an obstacle?
I don't know, we're trying, sir. I say release them. You still have the floor, then city attorney.
I just have the question, if somebody can answer.
Nobody can answer it. That's up in
City
the.
attorney.
City attorney, you got the floor.
Depends what the content is, attorney-client privilege. It's such a basic, and it just protects the client throughout from having the process go in the client's favor. And with, I will look into, I make a note, waiver, I want to see what these waivers are, I'll be in touch. And if that was something that went to the council, obviously, or if it was an individual officer record of some sort, I'll be in touch on that. But the only concern on the factual end of, or process end is, okay, it depends on what the content is in these records, but how many thousands and thousands are there out there that have never been released? And then are you setting a basis here where others, that's just the real world.
And I would dare say that you have set that within the last 2 years by releasing those records, the other attorney-client privilege records, without even following protocol. I know that you had said what has come to the council, nothing except for this item has ever made it here, which is extremely concerning when they've been denied blanket, except for those two that went through.
No, that's, doesn't ring any bells to me. Election, so I will be in contact because I want to see what this is.
Additionally, my understanding is that the records stay with the position in the office. So the person that was the former mayor, that would stay now with this mayor, and that's his records to determine if he wanted to release them or not, as well as the director of administration, my predecessor's records become my records.
Correct.
Right. Again, that decision, the question not posed to us when the mayor had said to release them, that was ignored and it was taken to council. Unlike any other attorney-client privilege records that were denied.
Well, attorney-client privilege has to go to the council.
Then why hasn't it in the last 20-some plus years? Except for this one item.
He asked for, when there was a release of attorney-client privilege records, maybe it was extremely rare that the recipient of those records wanted that waived. That's the only reason it comes to the council.
Okay,
That's why.
so, all right, we have to move this along. So we're gonna go with, no, we're not taking a break. We're going with Alderwoman Day. We got a first and a second on the floor, then Alderman Craig. And then it's gonna be a roll call.
I was just looking for a point of clarity for Alderman Hassan's question. My understanding from our very lengthy conversation this evening is that when it comes to something that has been stamped attorney-client privilege, we could argue till the sun comes home whether or not these documents should or should not have been, but they were. At some point, someone said that they were. My understanding is that to release those records because they were stamped in that manner, the only people that can waive that is the council. So even though someone may have put in an email that was waived, that would be incorrect for that person to have said that, is my understanding. Am I following that correctly?
Well, my understanding, based upon what the city attorney had said earlier, is that if the custodian of said records is okay with releasing them, they can. And if they are not, they would then bring them forward for a client waiver. Because you said the custodian makes the determination on whether or not to release the records.
Mr. City Attorney,
Correct.
we gotta get this going.
Right.
Correct. But
Please.
if it's attorney-client privilege, under the law, the custodian's not going to release it.
So if you have a email account and you've got 20 different records there, and they're your records because they belong to your office, how do you know if they're attorney-client privilege when the city attorney is on pretty much everything?
Depends what the content is.
Okay.
That's why
Conflicting.
records during
Very
record
conflicting.
requests.
You've got to, we're going to go, we're like circular talking here. 10:35. Alderman, you've got the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to call the question so we can vote on the motion to table.
Okay, so how about this? We got a first and a second to table it and bring it back with
June 3rd.
all. So, because we've got somebody saying 26, somebody saying 22, all relevant records. How about that? So we can find out if it's all, 22 or 26. All right? All relevant records. So that'll be coming back on June 3rd, Tuesday, June 3rd. There's a motion and a second to table. Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Craig,
Aye.
Alderman Salus,
Aye.
Alderwoman Day,
Aye.
Alderman Hassan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichmann.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries, comes back June 3rd. G21, proposed ordinance amendment for emergency 911 access in lodging units.
Make the motion to
Nope, we got first, is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second, any further discussion on this? Alderwoman Eichmann.
Just real briefly, is someone going to be checking in on these facilities that they're following this, like the police or fire or health department? Maybe making sure they're in compliance? If we don't have
Is
an
this a
answer,
fire chief question, or is this a health
I don't
director
know.
question, or is this a Kelly question?
whoever it pertains to, shoot me an email.
It is not a Kelly question. I don't have a involvement in the process, which is why I'm looking over to the health director and the fire chief. It's obviously a change of times and technology. I don't know what the current process is, if there's checks already going on and then that can be established as part of that. I would assume that would be the case, but I guess the real question is, how was this checked and determined before technology changed and it became cost prohibitive for such
We have modernized
places,
compliance,
you know?
so we've got a first and a second. Are you satisfied with that answer?
I'll follow. the children.
Good, perfect. First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G22, site access and cooperation agreement for the Ballpark Commons sound study. Madam Director of Administration.
So the last time that we were here to discuss this item, the question came about the agreement, like a separate agreement for access on the developer's property. And the council was very clear that they wanted to see that. It was not brought back the last time. So what I had done was I wrote up a agreement so that we could bring something back to determine where, you know, just to move this along. It really just kind of needs to be moved along. So since that seemed to be kind of one of the only hitches in moving forward with the sound consultant JPM, it made sense to try to put forward a access agreement. And what you have in front of you is a revised G22, and I put the revision in red, which is on the first page. And it is the addition of D, allowing JPM to use and operate all sound and related systems. It was explicitly a need identified within the proposal, so I wanted to make sure that that was captured. That's the only thing that had changed.
Alderwoman Day.
one quick question on this. And thank you for drawing this up so quickly, because it was one of the things that was, holding me up from wanting to go forward and making sure that we weren't spending money for a bad product. And also thank you for adding this in. I did receive an email today asking me this specific point to be included. Do we know if Ballpark Commons has seen this adjustment and are they okay with it? Adding that line, item 1D. I just want to make sure that we're going to make sure that they know that that's in there as an add-on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have direct communication. This is really not
Yeah.
the area that I thought that I was supposed to be involved in, so I did not contact them. However, I guess my thought process is this is a draft, so anything that would change when it gets to actual signing, then the developer would see it naturally and then sign it.
Yeah, because my point with bringing it up is because it was a part of
Proposal.
the proposal that came through. So, if we have that as like a caveat, that if there is any pushback, that this was part of the proposal that we need to be able to do this. So,
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That was all.
Madam Director of Finance.
So I guess I'm just a little confused as to how the council wants to move forward with this when there's no budget for it and what the direction looks like after we just had the conversation about item G17 and G18.
Okay, well, I'll start. So if we put a price tag of 75,000 on this, right?
78 and a half.
78 something? Okay. So,
We have no direction from the developer either.
Well, that's,
Mr. City Attorney?
only
Sure,
that was
yeah.
one of my points, because there was discussion earlier, and there's no mention in here. So anyway, the agreement, my thought is that we should work together with the administrator to absolutely finalize it, because I have a number of points and questions.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to bring something. Felt like something should have been brought last time, and so I threw something together so that way we could move forward with this whole process,
Okay.
less the financial.
Alderman Eichman, you got the floor.
We did have the developer on record last meeting stating that he'd be willing to sign this, so I personally feel it's ready to move forward. With that being said, I'll make the motion. Authorize.
Okay.
I'm going to say again, I don't know if you should authorize a contract that has zero budgeted dollars for it. We have no money in the budget for this expenditure. So a budget amendment would have to come forward.
Can we table this to find where the money's coming from?
Well, Alderman Craig. no,
Would this classify as a one-time capital expenditure?
Could be.
Absolutely. Hopefully. I don't want to speak for you. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I didn't have my
So I'd be happy to bring forward a budget amendment to the next meeting for use of general fund dollars for this one-time expenditure, but I just wanted that on record that that's what we were doing prior to executing a $79,000 agreement.
Yeah, I retract my motion.
I think that would probably be the best course of action, since this will be a one-time expenditure. Yeah?
I can only hope.
All right.
So what should the motion be then, Madam Director of Administration? Simply to table and then come back with,
No, I think that piece was already worked out, so I think it would be motion to authorize the mayor, director of finance, and treasurer, and the city clerk to execute, subject to technical corrections,
Changes that.
changes, to execute a site access and cooperation agreement between the City of Franklin, JPM Acoustics, Noise, Vibration, and Rock Ventures Ballpark Commons, and a budget amendment will be forthcoming that will provide for the cost or the
funding.
yes, the funding from the general fund.
That sounds like my motion.
Okay, excellent motion. Is there a second?
Second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Alderman Peck,
First and a second, further discussion, Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. Is that acceptable with our finance director?
Yes, I will bring forward a budget amendment to the next meeting.
Alderman Peccarelli,
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. Now we're going on to G23, a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 19.85, sub 1, sub G as in George, to confer with legal counsel for the common counsel who is rendering advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to the City of Franklin versus BPC Master Developer, LLC, and Michael Zimmerman, Milwaukee County Circuit Court Case Number 24C Charles V. Victor-7479, litigation and/or possible litigation related to the 2024 shortfall payment under the TID 5 Development Agreement, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate. Is there a
I'll
motion?
make the motion to go into closed.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Hassan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, John. Kelly, let us know when we're off. Or is that Daniel? You let me know when it's green arrow. Okay, it's 11:08 PM. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read a suggested motion?
Motion to proceed as discussed in closed session and to authorize Attorney Sadak to proceed as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5 ayes, no nos, 1 absent. Alderwoman Eichman left the floor at 11:07 PM.
She lost the chance to vote.
She did. Okay. Let's see here. Who is taking licensing tonight?
Yo.
Alderman Craig.
Alrighty. As you will follow along with your packet, we start with page 320. All applications for both extraordinary events and operator licenses were recommended for approval. The only caveat is for the last operator that needs to update his application. Following along to the next page, all operators were also recommended for approval, with the last 3 names, even though they're doubled up because they're doing a new operator and a renewal right away, all 3 of those individuals need to correct their applications as well. Page 322, all operators were recommended for approval with no caveats. So
What?
bully for us all. That streak ends on page 323, where Arturo Juarez Jr. needs to update his application. Otherwise, every other applicant would be recommended for approval. The applications for operators continue where all items are approved for, or recommended for approval, with the last operator that needs to.
Are you on page 324? Page are you on?
Yes.
Should be.
All right.
324 needs, the last operator needs to update.
Matthew Sarek.
Yes, needs to update his application. 325, all operators are recommended for approval. And then the last page, on Cloud Wine is recommended for approval for the Civic Celebration. And the Milwaukee County Sports Complex would be recommended for approval after they pass their fire inspection. But those are all of our licenses for this evening.
I will make the second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Alderman Eichman, it's 11:11 PM. She is back in effect. All right, I as in Ida, there are only 3 points. This will be a roll call. City vouchers with an ending date of May 15, 2025, in the amount of $1,174,141.21. Point two, payroll dated May 16, 2025, in the amount of $462,673.88, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $263,449.49 plus city matching payments. And final point, estimated payroll dated May 30th, at that date, 2025, in the amount of $485,000, and payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $621,000 plus city matching payments.
Move to approve.
Second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Assam.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, ayes have it. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 11.